Welcome to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation's TPM, National Learning Network Fall Summit. Our main program will now begin. Please silence all mobile devices and enjoy the show.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. Hi, we're going to try that again, right? Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Woo! Welcome to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation and to the Talent Pipeline Management National Learning Network Summit. We're so grateful that you've joined us. This is our biggest year so far as attendance goes, and about a quarter of you are first-time attendees. So welcome to the TPM family, or as I like to call it, the TPM Mafia. Whether you've been with us since the beginning, or this is your first time at the summit, thank you for your leadership, your partnership, and your commitment to this work. A few housekeeping items before we dive in. Please make sure, if you haven't already, to download the app. This is going to kind of keep you on track over the next 2 days. We have Wi-Fi available. It's USCC guest, and then you type in your phone number. It should send you a code, and then you can type that in and get access to Wi-Fi. There are bathrooms located on both the left and right side of the hallway. And if you need a quiet area or anywhere to store any luggage, our innovation and commerce rooms, which are the first 2 meeting rooms down the long hallway, are available for your use. And don't forget to check out our digital swag bag that has a variety of resources from all of our partners and our facilitators, as well as their slide decks. So make sure that you check that out during the event and afterwards. And of course, because we want you to be able to share all of the excitement that you have in your learning throughout these next 2 days, please make sure to take pictures and share your experience on social media using our hashtag Talent Pipeline Management or the TPM network. Above all, remember the summit is about you, by you, and for you. So have fun, ask questions, and share ideas. Okay, so what are we going to do today? We're having the welcome, which is what I'm doing now. Then we're going to have a series of speakers come up here. We're going to focus the first part of this day on apprenticeship and some of the great work that's happening in Michigan. We'll have a lunch, and then we have a variety of breakouts. Please check your workbooks. If you didn't get one when you came in at registration, maybe snag one during lunch so you can choose what breakout you'd like to go to for the afternoon. We'll have a networking break because I know you all like to talk to each other, so we put in a lot of time for networking and connection. And then we'll go back to some breakouts. Some highlights for this evening is we will have a happy hour and trivia night. So there's a lot of excitement last year from trivia night, and I'm really excited to see what you all put together for us this year. Okay, so I'd be remiss if I didn't take a little bit of time to extend a heartfelt welcome and thank you to our sponsors. Their partnership is what makes this summit possible. So I encourage you to connect with them and explore the resources they provided in the digital swag bag. You'll get to hear from them over the next couple of days as well. All right, who is in the room with us? So could you just raise your hand if this is your first time attending a TPM Summit? Your first time, wow. Amazing. Those more hands than 25%, so I'm gonna have to check these numbers later. We actually, since this slide was made, we have 185 people that registered for the event. So that is our largest summit to date. So congrats to all of you. We have 30 people from 30 states, including DC and Canada, and representation from 35 of our 49 cohorts. Just take that in for a second. We have done 49 TPM academies. Who here is from 1 through 5? You were in one of the first cohorts. Okay, see if you raise them loud and proud. If you were in the pilot, you can raise your hand too. Okay, I saw a lot more hands go up. Okay, if you did your academy before COVID, so 2020 or before, okay? Post 2020. All right, that's a lot of the room. You just see how much growth has happened in even the last 5 years. And that's really because of all of you. Again, actually this number is higher than what's on the screen as well. We have over 1,500 people who have gone through a TPM Academy, more than 150 employer collaboratives, and we've developed 5 specialty courses. So it's really a remarkable growth over the past few years, and it's all because of the people in this room. So I'd like to introduce our newest fellows. If you are a TPM fellow, could you please stand now? Yay! Okay. So our new fellows for this year, just new fellows can stay standing. Our new fellows for this year are Tanya Cody Robinson, Zach Fiore, John Gonzalez, Amy Lee, Patricia Moore, Leah Nord, and Matthew Thompson. So we're really excited to bring them into the fold and recognize their great leadership in the TPM movement, and we're excited to see the impact you'll continue to make. All right, well, with that, I think that's the end of my slides. So just a quick note, as we begin the summit, remember, have fun, engage with one another, and take advantage of every opportunity to learn and connect. We're here to celebrate how far we've come and to look ahead to all the possibilities that we still have in front of us. So thank you and welcome to the TPM Summit.
There we go. Good morning. I'm Greg Blair from Julius Education. Thank you to the U.S. Chamber Foundation and the TPM community for bringing us together. I'm excited for the conversations ahead about strengthening talent pipelines and driving regional economic development across the many regions and industries represented here, and to take a few minutes to share how Julius supports this work. Every community has its own dynamics, distinct industries, unique labor trends, emerging opportunities. And at Julius, we analyze these patterns through labor market data to help organizations and individuals act with confidence. Our mission is to bring clarity to fast-moving sectors, helping regional coalitions, chambers, employers, and educators build strong talent pipelines that fuel local economies and long-term growth in sectors such as energy, advanced manufacturing, construction, healthcare, and beyond. Across our partners, we see clear and urgent challenges in these fast-moving industries where talent shortages and low career awareness have become among the biggest barriers to growth. Up to 75% of companies in these sectors report difficulty hiring skilled workers, and at the same time, the top challenge for many job seekers is simply not knowing these high-quality roles exist, roles that offer strong wages and clear pathways to upward economic mobility. And this is exactly where Julius focuses, closing the gap between opportunity and awareness so communities and organizations can build the talent they need and individuals can discover rewarding careers. Our approach at Julius rests on 2 complementary pillars. First, labor market intelligence, real-time data on jobs, skills, certifications drawn from large, unstructured data such as public job postings, so chambers and their partners know where demand is heading. At the core of this work, we create customized labor market data sets that capture the unique dynamics of our partners' industries and regions. We build tailored taxonomies and data structures that make insights precise, actionable, and aligned with how local industry actually describes roles and skills, building on legacy taxonomies like SOC codes. Second are our workforce tools, which are translations of this labor market data into learner-facing applications. These include customized and localized career maps and career navigation programs that help individuals see opportunities in their communities and the concrete steps to reach them. Together, these two pillars give communities a complete solution from understanding market needs to enabling individual action. Our workforce tools come to life in our Career Explorer suite, starting with foundational assessments that help individuals identify transferable skills and personal interests, revealing roles they may not have considered. Our custom-built career maps visualize multiple pathways and show the training, skills, and certifications required for each step. This is coupled with clear wage and salary insights to show what different career steps can mean financially and helping people make informed choices. Together, these tools turn data into action, making career exploration concrete, personalized, and accessible for every learner and job seeker. Our work supports the TPM framework that brings us here together today. Starting with data and insights, Julius is focused on delivering the community-level labor market intelligence so chambers and regional coalitions can design workforce initiatives with precision and confidence. Our workforce tools align community talent with employer needs, turning labor market data into clear individual career action, and our data and tools empower chambers to convene and coordinate stakeholders from employers, educators, organized labor around a single actionable plan. This approach is making an impact across the country. In Massachusetts, state and local leaders are using our labor market data to identify the skills and certifications most critical to the energy and grid modernization workforce across the state. In North Carolina, we partnered with the NSF Textile Innovation Engine to develop a regional textile career map that highlights advanced manufacturing opportunities and is now integrated into high school curriculum across the state. And in Florida, a career exploration program is guiding young adults into high-demand energy careers. Together, these examples show how Julius helps communities and coalitions turn insight into opportunity, strengthening industries, communities, and local economies. As we look ahead, every region faces the challenge of preparing workers for a rapidly changing economy. Julius stands ready to support partners on this journey. I look forward to the conversations over the next day and a half and to connecting and learning from this talented and passionate community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Larico Andres. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. I am a former apprentice for the Department of Labor Mechatronics apprenticeship in conjunction with Focus Hope and the Great Lakes Water Authority. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation for hosting. So, a little bit about myself. Prior to joining the apprenticeship and in the pre-apprenticeship. Again, I'm from Detroit, Michigan. So prior to joining the apprenticeship, I knew, before joining Focus Hope, I knew I wanted to work with technology, but didn't see a clear pathway through from my interest to a stable career. I worked several part-time jobs. I had a commercial cleaning franchise. Also, I wanted to know how I could make major impacts in my community. I did not have that connection until I went to Focus Hope. And one thing about Focus Hope and community organizations is they meet people where they are. They draw people in, and that's what I felt when I was with Focus Hope. So my next step was joining the apprenticeship. So when I joined the apprenticeship, this was very pivotal to me. And in the picture you can see, this is my cohort. Without my cohort, I wouldn't have made it. So the great thing about having cohorts and apprenticeships is you learn to team build, you learn to work together, you learn the importance of partnership, you learn the importance of working with skilled personnel. Myself coming in, I did not have the skills to be an instrument tech or a mechatronics technician. So this opened my eyes, and this led me into other pathways, as you will learn. I'm currently a PhD student with the University of Michigan in electrical engineering. Thank you. Go Blue. Thank you. And I wouldn't have had this opportunity had I not been exposed to electronics and electrical work and mechanical work like I had at Great Lakes Water Authority. So what I want to say is it's very important, the work that you do. Meeting people where they are, again, is very pivotal, because I never had someone tell me like, hey, you might one day be Dr. Larico Andres, or you can go to a graduate program at the University of Michigan. So this helped me. This helped me change my life. This helped me impact my community. This helped me change my family's trajectory. That's the importance of the work and the partnerships you all are building out here. This is the results of what you do, what I am currently doing now. And this is me at work with Great Lakes Water Authority. So future forward, what am I doing? What have I done? I've done many things, from the Focus Hope pre-apprenticeship to the Great Lakes Water Authority registered apprenticeship, becoming a journeyman SCADA tech, GLWA, Great Lakes Water Authority plant engineer. But also, simultaneously, the program allowed me to also earn my pre-engineering associate degree in science, my electrical engineer bachelor degree. This summer, I will earn my electrical engineering master's degree, and in 2008, late 2028, I will earn my PhD. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Some of my recognitions is Phi Beta Kappa distinction, IEEE PES General Meeting 2024 and 2025 published research author. This year as well, I was nominated for and received Best Paper in the IEEE 2025 PES General Meeting. I'm an IEEE Kappa Nu, Theta Tau Chapter Go Blue Vice President. Also, I want to be a tenure track professor of electrical engineering. Also, some things I'm very interested in is utility infrastructure, leadership, research, and strategy, which will help help perform outreach to other students or other community members or other kids, such as myself, help get them on the right track and improve their lives, and as well as improve the community, as well as being a community organizer and workforce development officer. Thank you very much for your time. I hope that my experience will keep you guys energized and keep driving forward, maximum impact in communities, disadvantaged communities, or other communities as well. Thank you very much.
TPM is a proactive approach to workforce development that really focuses on aligning education and training with the current and future needs of employers. It involves identifying essential roles, mapping out training paths, and creating clear career pathways to ensure a steady supply of qualified candidates.
And there's this opportunity out here called an employer-led collaborative, through a talent pipeline management, which can open up your eyes to an incredible future of finding talent, but also building a talent supply that's going to support you today and tomorrow.
But when you have a group come together as one and have that one voice, and they're sharing and they're saying, the water sector is important. When you talk about that with one voice. That makes all the difference because then they're hearing that.
If you're partnering and everybody has a similar purpose and committed to that purpose of building talent pipelines that supports the entire ecosystem, then folks are in it, and they're ready to win and win together as an employer-led collaborative.
So for the employer partners, they get a customized workforce that is trained to meet their specific needs.
We've seen an impact on recruiting because we're starting to share information amongst ourselves, and I think that's huge because that goes a long way to build trust.
You have shorter onboarding time, you get faster productivity because they have the skills, the necessary tools to do what they need to do.
We've seen our retention stabilized to such a degree that as an early childhood education provider, we have no vacancies. And that's in the early childhood realm unheard of. So it really has stabilized our workforce 1,000 times over and has just been so valuable to us.
Do you have talent needs? Do you have a forum or a system, a way to address your talent needs? Are you fully satisfied with those? And those answers will likely lead me to say, you know what, there's an organization I think you need to be a part of.
Not only is talent pipeline management the way to go, but the state of Michigan is leading in that effort.
Morning, everyone. Can we hear it for Larico one more time? That's a tough act to follow. Not an easy one, for sure. He has come on an amazingly long journey, and we have the privilege of not only watching his journey, thank you, but hearing from a panel of people who have been orchestrating this work, the kind of work that has set Larico up and thousands of others. And so I am very privileged to be here in this panel this morning and to facilitate it. My name is Jennifer Carlson. I'm the CEO and the co-founder of Apprenti, a national registered tech apprenticeship program. And I have with me some amazing women from Southeast Michigan, the state of Michigan, who have been orchestrating programs for apprenticeship across a number of spectrums, not just technology. And I'd like to pass down the line and ask them to introduce themselves. Let's start with Dee on the end.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Adina May. I'm with Great Lakes Water Authority. I'm affectionately known as Dee.
Good morning. My name is Tiffany Graydon. I am the Director of Workforce Development and Education at Focus Hope.
And good morning, all. I'm Deb Leisinga. I'm from the state of Michigan, the Michigan Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity, and I serve as the Division Administrator for Industry Engagement.
So we know that we have a workforce dilemma in this country. We have significant gaps that we need to collectively figure out how to close. And so what we have on this panel representing here today is that really the three key cornerstones of what it takes to make an apprenticeship run. First of all, the employer, because an apprenticeship is a job. So with the Public Utilities District and the state, we have Dee, who is both sponsoring a program, but is also looking how to expand that program. We have Tiffany from Focus Hope, who is looking at how do we find and identify talent that has effectively slipped through the cracks because we're so focused on certain credentials that she's helping to close that gap by bringing in what we like to think of in the business side as non-traditional talent, but people with high skills, high capability that just need the right training to get to the job. And then the state, who is representing the kind of operational side of apprenticeship and telling us how do we build this and scale it as a talent pipeline and not just as a complementary program. And we're going to hear some great conversation here over the next 30 minutes, and I really want to encourage them to dive deep on everything. So let's start with the employer side of this. And if you can tell us, what could you say, Dina, what is the way we've engaged, not just Apprenti, but how has the utility engaged in apprenticeship, and how is it looking to expand it and leverage it for bringing in new talent?
Very good question. Thank you. at Great Lakes Water Authority, we saw a need as our more seasoned, skilled team members begin to decide to transition out of their career and into full retirement. So based upon that need, we took a look at what can we do to expand. I was new to apprenticeships. I had not heard of apprenticeships. So to be asked to join the team and look at how can we, not just apprenticeships and skilled trades, but how can we develop rewarding careers? Not just a job, not just something to come in to do. And one way we did that, taking a look at, we were introduced to talent pipeline management, phenomenal. It works, so I'm just putting that out there, it works. Having employer-led collaboratives, those partners that you have. But with the apprenticeships, the one unique thing I want to share about Great Lakes, we have a dedicated team that works closely with the apprentices, the skilled team members, the leadership, and our partners, such as Focus Hope and the state of Michigan. So providing those opportunities, but before you get into apprenticeship, you need that team or that person that has a compassion for what they do. So having those skilled team members who has a passion for what they do, say, hey, this isn't just a job, but what you do is crucial to the water industry, crucial to wastewater, which is what Great Lakes provides. Looking at that, someday you will retire. Don't you want to ensure we're still able to provide that water of unquestionable quality? So in doing so, talking with other employers, talking with Focus Hope, talking with the state of Michigan, because it's not just Great Lakes that's impacted, it's the industry in and of itself. So understanding we're not competitors, we're actually one. And that's key. We shouldn't look at each other as competitors, but how can we continue to partner with each other, attend conferences such as Talent Pipeline Management, and share those ideas.
And if I can call a quick audible and ask you kind of a double click, how did the Water District look at the roles and identify which ones were apprenticeable?
Actually, based upon our industry, all were. All. When you look at the water and wastewater sector, we have chemists, we have instrumentations, we have engineers, and I want to say that our very first apprenticeship that we partnered with Focus Hope, we had 20 mechatronics or instrumentation techs, and all 20 completed the program and 19 accepted employment with Great Lakes. That was in 2017. So what better way than to look at your current team members, show them their value and say, wouldn't you like to transfer those skills to some other individuals who may or may not know the industry? You have an opportunity to make impact. And that was the buy-in, making the impact. But again, looking at going through, what are the critical needs? What could be backfilled? You know, what positions are we could bring in at that skill level where a person may or may not have an understanding of what that job requires. So looking at that and the actual need, and at that time we were in dire need of instrumentation or mechatronics as is registered with the U.S. Department of Labor.
Great. And Tiffany, you're kind of the next step in that to help support them. And I've had the privilege of going on the full tour at Focus Hope and seeing all the amazing work you do. What is Focus Hope's mission, and how do you support the people coming through the system for the employers?
Yeah, so I'll share with you just the first line of our mission statement. It is recognizing the dignity and beauty of every person. We pledge intelligent and practical action to overcome racism, poverty, and injustice. Right? So that sounds kind of pie in the sky, but how do we do that? What does that boil down to? That boils down to economic self-sufficiency and economic mobility for every life that we touch. And we do that through a three-pronged approach, through early learning and youth development, through my division, workforce development and education, and through our commodities and supplemental food program that feeds 45,000 seniors per month. Right? And so that touches an entire family. It's not just a graduate of our programs that touches. That's the holistic approach to, if I am a graduate and I need to get into the workforce, I'm now not worried about my child who from 6 weeks to 5 years old is being prepared to be competitive for kindergarten, or my parent, right? I can go into training and ensure that I'm ready for the workforce. And so how we do that, right? LaRICO is the mission, right? LaRICO is exactly what we hope for each of our graduates. And so we do that through really barrier mitigation. We are just a bridge and access to an opportunity that somebody may not have. People like Larico and other students that we have are the heroes of their own stories. It's not us. We literally are the bridge to give them access to that opportunity. And so each of our students who come in, they do something called an individual service strategy form. And we get to know what their barriers are up front. 90% of individuals who have 3 or more barriers have a 50% chance of not retaining employment. Yeah. And so the majority of our students come in with one, either a child care or a transportation barrier. Those are the 2 largest barriers to employment. And so we find that out before they ever start the program, because people don't come to us for training, for credentialing, or any of that. The end goal to everything that everybody is sitting here does is employment, right? And so the end result of what we're doing is a means to an end, right? Training is a means to employment. And so we are mitigating in the number of weeks, if it's 15 weeks, if it's 20 weeks, we are mitigating those barriers to training, which then could be barriers to employment. So we find that out, we do an individual service strategy, and while they are getting those technical skills that, most people think are so important, we are doing that essential barrier mitigation. I hear a lot of people say supportive services, wraparound services. These are not supportive services. These are not wraparound services. They are essential services to make sure that there is success in the workplace. And so we are making sure in the time that our students are with us, not only are we mitigating their barriers to employment, but we are setting them up for success with our employer partners like Great Lakes Water Authority.
Yeah, and I really like the way you put that. The people who come through our programs are architects of their own success, right?
Absolutely.
We're just there to help enable it, and that's exactly how we feel about it as well. Like, don't applaud us, we're just there to give them the mechanism to do what they need to do.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So thank you very much for that. And Deb, we've had the privilege of working together through the means of both state and federal registered apprenticeship, and we've worked with the state of Michigan very extensively. Beyond apprenticeships, what has TPM done for employer engagement in Michigan?
Sure. So I have to go back a few years, 6 years to be exact, 2019, where we had employers, a few employer-led collaboratives that were doing great things using the talent pipeline management strategies. We also had more that were struggling to have meaningful relationships with their employers and to engage them effectively. So what we did as a result of that, we decided to make a very strategic investment, meaning we took a small amount of money. It was $1.4 million, small amount of money. We gave that out as a pilot to 10 organizations. And what that money specifically paid for was the convener. So frequently, the convener doesn't have, the employers can't do this work. They're doing their own work. The educators are doing their piece of it. But it's the convener that we need to pay in order to get all of the employers and all the partners together, much like Focus Hope. We had 10 competitive, it was a competitive bid process, and we were awarded out $1.4 million. Now, when you think about, $1.4 million, that's not chicken feed, but when you think about a 3-year contract and you divide up that funding, you're really only talking about $100,000 each to go over 3 years. They made this, these conveners brought employers together, and what they used the funding for, it was specifically to pay for staff, and it was specifically to pay for TPM training, because we knew if we could expand the knowledge base of TPM strategies in Michigan, then we would get a structured, replicable method of spreading employer engagement, and an employer, not just an employer informed, but an employer-led collaborative groups. So from that, as a result of that one investment, that pilot investment, we have since invested $20 million into the workforce system. Now you say that's a lot of money, but I've got some statistics here. I'm pulling out my little cheat sheet here. We've had over 150 TPM graduates, and that number is growing. We have been able to fund 62 employer-led collaboratives. Now, there's many more in the state of Michigan, but frequently there's not enough money to cover. So there are employer-led collaboratives that have been trained in TPM strategies and are doing this work through other means. But 62 have been funded through the employer-led collaboratives and crossing over 16 industries. That is engaging 2,400 employers across Michigan. We've trained nearly 9,000 participants, 6,200 obtained credentials, and 3,500 have obtained first-time employment. Some of those folks are incumbent workers, but 3,500 of them are brand new workers in the workforce. So that is well spent money. And you break down the numbers to that, and you're talking over a little over $2,000 per participant. Is that a good ROI? Mm-hmm. That's a good investment as far as Michigan is concerned. The other thing that occurred with that was our Governor Gretchen Whitmer, developed a statewide workforce plan in 2024. So not only are we doing it at the workforce development level within the state of Michigan, our governor has taken it on as well. And she had 3 strategies. She wanted to increase the number of credentials in the state of Michigan to 60% of adults having a credential or a high school diploma by 2030. The second one, she wanted to increase the income of middle class. The third one, and I will pull that out, what do you think it is? It's to support employers, to grow the employers in their talent solutions, because so many of our employers were lacking that skilled worker. So that is what we have been doing at that state level to advance TPM.
So if I can now turn this back to Dee, for Great Lakes, based on those numbers, what does that do for Great Lakes? What does that do for employers to know that there are certifications out there, that people are getting concrete baseline training?
From a perspective of the employer, that is huge, because it supports, again, in assisting those apprentices, those candidates with moving forward in those careers, that they may decide. They could start out, let's say they could start out as an instrumentation tech. Well, with those funds, they can go into SCADA tech, they could go into leadership. So it leaves a progression of availability to them, but it also affords, as an employer, an opportunity to provide additional opportunities, that untapped market.
And helping to skill them up and take them from that entry level at Focus Hope and move them to the next level? Are you working with the state, TIF, on how to get them to the next level so they're consumable by employers?
Absolutely.
So for us, yes, and partnering with the state and partnering with Focus Hope. We actually meet, we meet bi-monthly. With Focus Hope, we meet weekly, and we talk about the initiatives that the state is offering and what those requirements are, and making sure that we are on target with meeting those requirements. The state is accessible to us. We can call. Deb comes down to Great Lakes, talks with our apprentices, so they hear and she see firsthand. They meet and talk with her firsthand of what's available to them. So you may come in the door as an apprentice, but you leave as a skilled, highly skilled, trained team member.
Great.
Yeah, and the state has been great at putting funds to the side to make sure that this happens for training, right? We know that this is a tumultuous time for funding, but the state of Michigan has really had a concentrated effort in putting funding into training in these areas for us.
And in addition to that, how has Focus Hope leveraged other funding to help underwrite these costs? Because as you pointed out, the level of support needed is far-ranging, not just the job skill.
Yeah, so the beautiful part about what we're talking about is the belief, one, in the state, but also in the employer. Like, the piece that we haven't said is the employer contributes fund. The employer is paying for this. And so we have a combination of employer funds, private dollars from foundations, but in addition to that, state funding as well.
So let's be specific, Dee. What is the employer paying for?
Oh, we pay for education, the related training, instructions that connects what they're doing on the job with current practices, what's happening in the industry. So we pay for books, computer labs, just the overall education piece, additional training. At Great Lakes, we have a phenomenal training team that complements what our apprentices are learning in the classroom to connect the dots. But in listening to, and I want to be sure I add this, there's a two-way learning, even with paying for the education, because those skilled team members that are looking to transition, he or she may not attend class. They may not have sat in the classroom. So those funds and supporting classroom learning, it's also transitioned as a two-way from the apprentice to their skilled team member journey persons. We pay for, we give benefits. We complement the apprentices. If you provide the benefits, that removes some of those barriers to employment. And I love what Tiffany said, those essential services are being provided, so we can focus on that.
And Deb, you, from a state perspective, aside from getting to what has TPM specifically done for you, how is the state viewing or working with employers to understand what has historically been degree requirement limitations? Because what we're talking about is moving beyond those degree requirements and looking not only at skill sets, but looking at people and meeting them where they are and saying, we know you're capable. Lurico has nailed it. I mean, he went on to a higher education system, but the reality is he started looking at this as, how do I just get stable, get that job, and find the right thing for me? How is the state supporting those conversations?
Sure, that's a great question. And there are a lot of needs at that individual level. We all can name them off. We can say housing, we can say childcare. We know that transportation is frequently an issue for many of our entry-level workers. The state supports it. We invest funding not only in childcare and in transportation and any of those support services, because the needs are individual. And so we always try, when we are putting grant dollars together, we always try to be flexible with that funding so that we can speak to, or when I say we, I mean the royal we.
Yeah.
And
the royal we.
And that our partners can listen to what is going on with that individual and saying, what is keeping you from going to training? What is keeping you from getting that job and maintaining that job? And then those training funds, they include support service funds that can pay for whatever that individual is experiencing that could stop them from entering the job market or the training market for that matter.
And so what is LEO doing, Leo?
So, okay, well, I want to talk a little bit about apprenticeship. Now, you heard here that we are fourth in the nation. Now, that's not by accident that occurs. We have 3 teams at the state level. One of them is our sector strategies team that works specifically to promote talent pipeline management with groups of employers. And they pull conveners together and they write grants to get funding for our conveners. The second group is our apprenticeship expansion team. And they are specifically out there day in, day out. They think apprenticeship, pre-apprenticeship, registered apprenticeship. They think about the Michigan Apprenticeship Readiness Certificate, which is tagging on to our CTE educators. And so that when that student is coming through the high school, that when they're 16, 17, 18 years old, they can go into pre-apprenticeships leading to apprenticeship. And then our last group, so we have three groups working on this, is our Perkins post-secondary group, our work-based learning. And they're working with our 28 community colleges to make sure that the curriculum and the data surrounding the curriculum of what's being built in Michigan at our community colleges is what the employer needs, is again employer driven, and it can lead to scalable, sustainable wages and jobs.
Mm-hmm. And how has TPM worked with Focus Hope in how you've executed?
Yeah, so we, essentially thought we were doing something related to TPM, but once we got a hold to the strategies, we really kind of understood what that meant. And so TPM has become the strategy for us. It is something that we bake into our funding opportunities, every one that we get. We absolutely, every employer partner that we connect with, we sent, I don't know, almost 20 of them to the TPM Academy by building that funding in, because, we can lead a horse to water, but we can't make them drink. And so by having them go through, they get to see that return on investment for the TPM strategy themselves, and it makes it a whole lot easier to get them into the mindset of the strategies and understanding that they own this. This is not something that we own as a training provider, but they own it.
So in our final minute, what advice would you give to anybody wanting to replicate Michigan's success?
Well, I'll say first that pre-apprenticeships work. The state has stood up something called the MARC, the Michigan Apprenticeship Readiness Certificate, for pre-apprenticeship training providers. And it really is the standard of pre-apprenticeships that get participants ready for apprenticeships in the workplace. The other thing that I'll say is partnerships are the antidote to the polarization that we're seeing. And that in this time that we're living in, partnerships are not optional. So find a great partner.
Great. Mm-hmm. Dee?
I don't know what else I could add to that. That was phenomenal. That was great. And again, I can't stress it enough. Partnership, but communication. Share your pain points, share what's happening. But with talent pipeline management, I was so excited about it. My leadership was excited about it. They supported it. The team that I'm on, all of us have gone through talent pipeline management. So now the whole team that supports our apprentices have a full understanding of the importance of support, communication, employer-led collaboratives. It's fully understood across from the office support on up.
Deb, final word?
So 2 things. Absolutely. I'll add just 2 things to that. If you have the ability and you are in a position at a state level to influence policy, embed TPM strategies within your grants, require it. It is a successful method and scalable and repeatable method of which we can work with employers, and we've seen the successes of it. So embed it into your grant processes. Second thing, if you're not at a place at the state level where you have the ability to embed it into grant requests for proposals, but you do have employers that need the funding, then please get your employers, go to your legislators and say, we need support, funding support for not only registered apprenticeship, because that's critically important, but what is the lesser, sometimes the lesser of the 2 that doesn't get mentioned? We have to support our conveners, and that has to be embedded into the work that we do, is funding for the conveners to bring those employers together.
And as I give this final word and suggest invest, but invest in public-private partnerships. We've heard that from everybody up here, that it takes both sides of the equation to come to the table and make this work. Michigan has done that in an exemplary way, and I think there's a lot to be learned from that, particularly as Apprenti works across the rest of the country. Invest in public-private partnerships. Thank you, ladies. This has been wonderful. I appreciate your time here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
almost afternoon, but not quite yet. We have a couple more minutes. My name is Laura Love, and I'm Senior Vice President of Work-Based Learning at Strada Education Foundation. And I'm so excited and grateful for the opportunity to speak with you all for a few minutes. I'm also a longtime TPM fan. I was one of the few people that raised their hand when Nikki asked, were you at our first summit way back in the day? And I can say the room was a lot smaller then. And it's really just incredible to see the growth of this movement nationally, and I think speaks to the need to bring employers and the education system closer together, and the way in which TPM is a solution for that. Strada and TPM share many of the same goals in strengthening the connection between education and employment and opportunity. And I'm really excited to have the opportunity to speak with you all about why we think work-based learning is such a critical tool in building strong talent pipelines. If you weren't already sold by the amazing Michigan panel and Larika that we just heard from. So in the next few minutes, I want to cover three things. First, just tell you a little bit about Strada and how we think about work-based learning. Second, I want to share some of the data and insights from our research, kind of the national picture on work-based learning. How do we define it? How do we think about models? How many opportunities are there? And what are we hearing from both students and employers on the value and also the challenges with work-based learning? And then offer just a couple of actionable strategies as you all go back into your communities to think about how we might scale work-based learning opportunities for more students and more employers. So for those who are not familiar with Strada, we are a national foundation. Our mission is to strengthen the link between education and opportunity. And we are organized around 5 focus areas, really all of which are about reimagining our post-secondary education system and creating a world where we have clear data on outcomes, data that's connected from K-12 to post-secondary systems to workforce systems, so we understand where students are going and which pathways lead to different outcomes. Where all students have quality coaching, quality guidance that's helping them understand what options are available, and that is presented in a way that's informed by labor market data. We also imagine a world where college and post-secondary pathways are affordable. We have a pillar of our work focused on reducing the cost and increasing the value of our post-secondary pathways. And then, of course, the area that we're going to talk more about, work-based learning, which I have the pleasure of leading, and that is all about a vision where all learners have access to quality work-based learning that connects their education to their career aspirations. So we are really trying to move from sort of ad hoc work-based learning that happens by chance, which I have experienced. I was the beneficiary of an internship that turned into a first job, but really felt that it was kind of random that I ended up getting that internship. And I imagine many of you probably have similar stories where you happen to get that kind of experience, but it wasn't built in to the pathway. And so we are focused on building a system where it's universal, where work-based learning is just part of any student's path, regardless of their field of study, regardless of whether they're going to a 4-year institution or a 2-year institution. They have a plan for a work-based learning experience. We are partnering kind of across the ecosystem, like many of you do, to reach that aspiration. We work directly with institutions of higher education, including community colleges and 4-year institutions, really to help figure out how do you build in work-based learning? How do you actually kind of reorient the institution toward experiential learning? And in some fields of study, that's already built into the pathway, and many others, it's not. So we have some great partnerships with higher education. Obviously, you can't have work-based learning without employers. And so a big part of our work is thinking about how we lower the barriers for employers and actually creating more work-based learning opportunities. And what is the value proposition? What is the ROI? How do we make that case? How do we demonstrate that? And again, make it easier for companies to engage in the system. So I'll be really eager to speak with you all about your experiences there. And then our third priority is really building an intermediary infrastructure that can bridge those first two partners. And that is really so much of what TPM does. But we think more communities need these intermediaries that sit in between education and employers to bridge that gap, help understand the talent needs, and do that translation between those two sectors. So we're really excited about TPM as a great model for that and trying to build more intermediaries nationwide. So there's a lot of momentum nationally for work-based learning, and yet many of our conversations start with, well, what is work-based learning, right? And how do you define it? And there's a spectrum of work-based learning models and types. Sort of on the left-hand side, you have sort of earlier exposure, career awareness. These are opportunities that are really meant just to expose students to different career options. And then moving toward the right, you have more training-oriented models. And again, for us at Strada, we really see work-based learning generally as an experience that takes place in the workplace that is meant to build skills, career exposure, and really social capital and a professional network that can help students in their career path. At Strada, we do a lot of research on quality work-based learning, and really we listen to students. We do a lot of student surveys on what do they consider to be a high-quality work-based learning experience. And so I'm not going to read all of these, but the three on this list that we hear students most often care most about and they think is critical to their next steps are pay, right at the top of that list. And we believe that's to access the greatest number of students from an employer perspective, really important to compensate students for work-based learning experiences. Mentorship and coaching as a very close second, right? That ability to build a professional network and actually make strong, meaningful connections with future supervisors or folks that can help in navigating that career step. And then skills and competencies. Students really are looking for technical skill development from work-based learning experiences. So we heard about how apprenticeship really delivers that in a very concrete way. And we're hopeful that more work-based learning opportunities can focus on not just the professional soft skills, but also those technical competencies as well. Okay, this is another sort of map of models. There are a lot of different types of work-based learning models on this list. If you go to sort of the left lower square, these are shorter sort of classroom-based experiences. So those of you who have participated in EPIC, for example, with Ripen, this is really kind of growing as an area of interest across many institutions. Project-based learning, how do you kind of bring it into the classroom itself and make classroom experiences, have employer-based projects built in. Going all the way to the far upper right side, is an apprenticeship, right? This is a job, and then you've got everything in between. And I think at Strada, we're really interested in kind of researching and testing newer, more emergent models of work-based learning, such as micro-internships, kind of those lower dose, shorter experiences, as well as apprenticeship degrees, which is an emerging sort of dimension of apprenticeship that actually uses all the great things about apprenticeship, but you can earn your associate's or bachelor's degree after having completed the apprenticeship and get a lot of credit for doing the apprenticeship, which lowers the cost of the degree. So I think this is a great way to also say, what does an employer actually need? And then look at this spectrum of opportunities to orient their need and their preferences in all of these different models that exist. Strada has done a lot of research on the value of internships, and as we grow the evidence base on these other models, we always also come back to the strength of a paid internship. Our data shows that students who participate in a paid internship during their college career are much less likely to be underemployed in their first job out of college. So they're more likely to land a job that required their degree in their first job, and that's an outcome that really stays with students 10 years out from graduation. That first job is very important. They're also more likely to get higher wages, so about 3,000 wage boost in that first job as well. So clearly a great set of career outcomes for students, but if we look at the participation numbers, a lot more students are looking for internships than there are available sort of supply. So about 70% of first-year students say that they intend to do an internship by the time they graduate, but only 1 in 4, about 25%, by the time they graduated actually got a paid internship. So a lot of our work at Strata is trying to figure out that supply challenge, right? And how do we increase the available opportunities? And what does it take on the employer side to do that as well? And so what do employers think about internships? I think the research that our colleagues at NACE and others have done suggests that employers think there's a very positive ROI. And those companies who have stood up programs and have sort of gotten over that initial hump of startup costs really do see a lot of value in both conversion and sort of the lowering of cost to hire from internship programs, as well as retention, citing that interns tend to stay longer, those who've done an internship, than their other employees. So there are a lot of benefits, a lot of proven data on the benefits. However, we know that there's a supply issue. So we've also done some research to ask companies, what are the barriers? And what is stopping you from creating internship opportunities, growing internship opportunities? And our colleagues at the Business Higher Education Forum published a really great report last year based on surveys of companies on those questions. And I'm sure this will not surprise many of you who either are employers or working with employers. Just about half of companies said their primary reason they do not have internships or grow internships are operational barriers, right? The kind of cost of starting up, which entails, where do I find the students? Where do I find the talent? How do I partner with the many, many different educational providers in my community? And how do I do that in an efficient way? What are the actual work tasks and assignments to give an intern? That's a big question that came out in this survey. It was one of the limiting factors why companies were not offering work-based learning. They don't know what's the right level of assignment or sort of job description for an intern or for an apprentice. And then as you can see, there's obviously a quarter of employers are saying some of it's just economics, some of it is market uncertainty. I don't know what my demand is going to be, and so I can't necessarily create enough opportunities to meet students' interests. And we at Strata think that at least the operational barriers, some of them are solvable, and solvable through programs like TPM, initiatives like TPM, and again, building that intermediary infrastructure so companies have a partner to help them actually build these programs, create the job descriptions, design the tasks, et cetera. So in our final couple minutes, just a couple of other recommendations that we have heard. We did a project with Aspen Institute this year where we interviewed about 40 companies with a lot of these same questions, kind of if they reflect on really successful work-based learning initiatives that they have, what are the enabling conditions? What makes them successful? And four things that very much mirror the TPM curriculum emerged from these interviews. The first was executive leadership, sponsorship, really making this a priority and a leadership priority. Every single one of them said that had to be in place to have a successful work-based learning program. Strategic alignment with the business, so not seeing this as a sort of a community investment, but really what does the business need, what are the talent needs, and orienting any internship or apprenticeship program to those needs. Really strong partnerships, obviously, a fundamental piece with education providers and alternative talent providers as well, everything rests on strong partnerships in work-based learning, as well as in talent pipeline management. And then the use of data, really tracking data from internship and apprenticeship programs and using that data to improve and really to realize that ROI. The sort of most successful gold standard companies were really using data in a thoughtful way. So lastly, those are sort of recommendations at an individual employer level. I know many of you are operating at a state level or ecosystem level, and there are really three things that we are inviting, encouraging leaders to think about when activating a work-based learning ecosystem or trying to expand opportunities. The first is really anchoring in a common definition. And I said at the beginning, there are a lot of different definitions, and we've heard, particularly from states that have been successful in scaling work-based learning, that it starts with having common language and really understanding your state or your region's definition and putting that on paper and getting agreement on that. Second, really a data plan, so figuring out what's the level of participation in work-based learning in your region or in your state today, and what are the goals that you have for expansion. I'm really excited that Strata will be publishing something called the State Opportunity Index, which you may have seen. We published it last year for the first time. It's coming out again in just a few weeks, and we will have data for about 40 states on their levels of work-based learning participation among their post-secondary students. So would love to invite you to use that tool, and happy to share more. And then last, really assessing employer needs, so that chart on the operational barriers. We think there's a way for TPM and leaders in the community to really understand, again, why are employers not engaging, or where are their barriers, and how can intermediaries and other partners work to lower some of those operational barriers and make that easier, more automated, and more efficient across the system. So I would love to chat more with you all, learn from you about what's happening in your region. And I think we're going to transition to lunch now, but very much hope we can continue the conversation. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Please enjoy lunch from the briefing center next door and make your way to your selected breakout by 12:45 p.m.
Hi, friends. I know you're all still enjoying your lunch, but we are at the time for breakout sessions. So part of the reason why I gave you a box is that you are welcome to take your box lunch if you're still eating it to your breakout sessions, but we are getting started. So if you are staying for the Hiring Your Heroes one, then you can stay in this room. If not, please move to the other 2 breakout sessions. So we have Job Side in the Lee Anderson, which is just out these doors and to the right. And then we have the Business Leads Fellowship Program in Opportunity and Enterprise, which is just out these doors to the left. But we are going to get started with the programming in less than 2 minutes, so please make your transitions here shortly. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Okay, if you are still in this room, I'm assuming that you are staying for the Hiring Our Heroes breakout session. If that is not the case, I will ask that you please make your exit through the back door to your desired breakout room. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing? Did you have a good break? Good morning? All right. Well, my name's Liz O'Brien. I'm our Senior Vice President at Hiring Our Heroes, and we've been in existence since 2011. I'm curious, is anybody in here a veteran? All right. Anybody a military spouse? Anybody connected to the military community? All right, I'll take it. So when we were founded in 2011, it was in response to the crisis that was facing veterans in terms of unemployment. Massive rates of unemployment, not enough opportunity to go to work, and cascading impacts on how we recruit and retain the future of our all-volunteer force. And so America went to work, led by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, in creating solutions. And what we discovered is that we were sitting on top of a really strong and capable workforce. And that not only included transitioning service members and veterans, but also extended to military spouses. I don't know if you know this, but military spouses are unemployed at rates of 5 times their civilian counterparts. Right? And so a lifetime ago, I was a college basketball coach. That was my dream, that was my goal, that's what I worked towards. While every other college student was doing internships, I was in hot and sweaty gyms across America, working summer camps, building relationships, and learning from some of the best and brightest. And at some point, I was coaching at West Point, and I met my now husband there. And we moved. We moved from New York to Hawaii to California to Kansas to Kentucky to Germany to DC 7 times in 9 years. So I could have been one of the greatest college basketball coaches ever. I could have been Pat Summitt or Mike Krzyzewski, but it didn't matter because we were moving to places that didn't have economic opportunity for me to use my skills. So now what if I told you that also my husband, who's still active duty Army, who's taken a very non-traditional path, we moved the 7 times in 9 years, he deployed multiple times, we moved to DC, and he became a fellow for then Senator Blunt. Right? And he was going to school at night. The Army was sending him so that he could get a master's degree in policy. And then they recognized him and said, hey, you're a rising talent, and so we're going to keep you here. We're going to send you for your PhD at the University of Virginia. And after he got his PhD, he went to run the Russia desk for special operations, and now he's currently deployed to Haiti in support of the State Department. We are both really strong, capable, knowledgeable people. But we are not alone. There's hundreds of thousands of people just like us in this military-connected community. And so as you think about how you're going to solve and navigate the demographic cliff that we're facing in our communities, how AI is going to impact the future of our workforce and the entry-level jobs, and where that leaves access to great talent in the future to come alongside and plug in the middle level as we create opportunities that are going to sustain our businesses, because we firmly believe at Hiring Our Heroes, contributing to the workforce ultimately keeps us competitive on the economic stage, across the world, on the global stage as well. And so as we transition service members and military spouses into our workforce, so goes our national economy. And so for us at Hiring Our Heroes, we truly believe this is a national security issue. And so has anybody in this room ever heard of Hiring Our Heroes? All right, I love it. So that means you know that we are in communities all over the world, and we're building solutions at home so that in the communities so that we can make sure people have a place to return home to, but contribute in society as well. And so as you think about Hiring Our Heroes, we have multiple efforts, but we always like to think, if you know nothing about the military-connected community, we can help you. If you know everything, we can help you. And so the idea is to be with us from the start, from strategic to comprehensive to inspirational. Kathy, is that you? Yeah. Oh, hi. Speaking of inspirational, all right, so, and as you go, we can meet you wherever you are, okay? So, we have hiring events that happen all over the world. We'll be on over 50 military installations, to include Hawaii and the UK and Germany, and next year we'll be in Asia as well. And if I have my way about it, hopefully in Guam as well. In 2024, we had over 37,000 folks register for our virtual event and over 20,000 show up in person. It means we have tremendous access. If we continue to trend the way I believe that we will finish this year, we will have served over 100,000 people this year. If I'm telling you the number I'm pushing for our team, we're trying to meet 110,000 people, right? It is access to a massive workforce. And so what happens when folks come into our pipeline? They are met by our career connectors because we firmly believe to get great talent where belong, we have to have wraparound services. And so we've evolved, right? A long time ago, we were just hosting 800 hiring events in communities over 2 years, and now it's full wraparound services for this community. And so we're going to assess, we're going to refer, and then we're going to make sure that they get connected into the right place in their community. Not everybody is the same, and we have to be able to have those conversations with them as they're coming through. On the other side, companies are not the same, and what a DeWalt needs today is very different than what a Booz Allen Hamilton needs, right? And so last year, our career connectors assessed 59,000 of the 83,000 that came through our pipeline. And here's the magic. We don't keep everybody. We can't serve everybody, and we don't want to do all the things. We just want to do the things we're really good at. And so we made 41,000 referrals out to other partner organizations. And that can also include dotted line impact. Do you need help for financial wellness? Do you need help for mental health, right? We're not trying to solve all the things, but we have really good strategic partners that will do that. As well as we have companies that share with us and organizations their hot jobs when you need help right away. So we have over 268,000 people that are looking for jobs just through our hot jobs database. Here's one example of impact, right? We referred over 12,000 people to our friends at VetJobs. And you think, why would we refer to another nonprofit helping veterans? Because they are really well plugged in for Reserve and National Guard. And those are the folks that stay in your communities all the time, and they need to be able to go in and out and still have economic opportunity, as well as their military spouses who aren't connected in the same way that an active duty military spouse is. All right, and so they had, of the 12,000, they took in a little over 2,000, or almost 3,000, and we know 494 of them were confirmed hires. Has anybody tried to track hires once you hand somebody off to a company? If you can solve that, let me know. Excuse me. So fellowships is one of my favorite programs that exists under Hiring Our Heroes. It is where we can take an active duty service members, their last 180 days that they're on active duty, and match them to a company, and they get to go to work with that company. So they're still paid by the Department of Defense, they're getting real life experience, companies are getting to decide, is this a good fit? Right? So it's, back in if you were a college student, it would be an internship, but this is on steroids in my mind because you're getting somebody with work experience already. And they range in age from 22 all the way up to 50. And so from that, you can see we have an 83% hiring rate and an average starting salary of $117,000. Two and a half years ago, well, January will be 3 years, we launched our skills-based internships. Right? And that's where we recognized that we had to start meeting industry where they were, because so many of the service members that were coming to us were getting funneled to traditional corporate roles. But we have a massive gap, as Kathy well knows, in the construction industry. And so how could we start to solve for that skills-based hiring? So right now we're at 84% with an 86% or $86,000 starting salary. And this is really important because it helps make sure our junior enlisted that demographic has great opportunity to transition into communities and into a stable job. And we have the same program, different funding mechanism, military spouses through the Department of Defense. They will be paid now $25 an hour, 12-week internship. It is, I've been doing this a long time, the single most impactful way to get a military spouse into the workforce. How do you help a military spouse who's moved 7 times in 9 years and is a college basketball coach when they're just applying for jobs? It doesn't translate. But if you put me in the seat next to Amy at work, all of a sudden you might think, oh, this is a good fit. And so that 83% hiring rate, $70,000 starting salary, that's for, we've put through about 1,200 spouses in the last 2.5 years. So we know that it's working, and we know that that program is going to remain funded by Congress moving forward, so it's a tremendous win for this community. And so you can see last year we had almost 3,000 fellows go through. We are the largest provider of fellowship opportunities to this community, and so by extent, by virtue, we are working with employers all over the country who have these folks. So if you go home and someone's looking for talent, tell them you have a solution and that we can get them access to really good talent. And you can see 81% have bachelor's degrees. Here's what's really cool. If you need people with security clearances, also, as you're talking to folks, 81% of them have security clearances. You need one? Oh, 5 minutes. Okay. Well, I'm gonna scroll through, and then we're gonna get Ashley 5 people upstairs right away. All right, upskilling programs, and this is the part that I'm most excited about, as Kathy well knows, because we talk every Friday and get fired up. Several years ago, Google came to us and said, hey, we need you to help us upskill. I'm okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Upskill folks. Through our certificates, right? And so we've been doing that for years now, and we've been very successful. We've put over 10,000 learners through in a very short amount of time, and companies are meeting them where they are. But what this led to was a great proof of concept. And so when Lowe's came to us, as one does, you know, Mike Piper and I, who runs some of the early emerging talent at Lowe's, happened to be somewhere. He said to me, I can't find a nonprofit in this space to build a skills trades academy for us. And it took me a solid 2 seconds, and I said, we'll do it. Now I want to be clear, we've never built a warehouse, we've never retrofitted it, we've never done any of that, but I had enough confidence in our team to say, we're going to do this. And so in great partnership with Kathy, who's here from NCCER, and we'd be lost without her partnership, we've built curriculum, we have done a whole host of things that allowed us to get ready to launch. And in a week, our first class is going to start down at Camp Lejeune. And because of that proof of concept that we could upskill and reskill and create really agile solutions, we will now launch 3 more locations in 2026 for Lowe's. But in parallel to that, we have had companies from all across the country come and say, can you build a skills trades academy for us? And so what we want to do is meet companies in the communities where they are so that we can build a very hands-on solution for them. And so this agile method of creating and listening to folks in the communities that they're in allows us to bring great talent home to American business. This is probably the project that I've been most excited about, and I'm most excited to do it with really great humans every single day. I also want to highlight that our resume engine, we have spent a lot of time and energy adapting this. I can take a transitioning service member before they've transitioned and their very basic MOS, what they did, it's going to populate for them. It is one of the biggest challenges to get a transitioning service member a resume built quickly. It can build them one in 3 minutes, and it's also connecting them to their job, to our job board. It's connecting them to folks on the other side. What's important to us, though, is, and we know from research, we are never going to remove the human intervention. That remains unbelievably unimportant. So even with an 80% solution, we still have them meeting with our career connectors. We still have them meeting with recruiters because we want to get them to that final solution. But since we launched in 2025, the updated version, we've had over 106,000 users, right? And that's just through word of mouth and not a massive amount of marketing. So stay tuned for 2026. We expect to have some great data coming from that as we move forward. I referenced our job board. If you have jobs, we're happy to post them. What we do ask, and our hope is that it doesn't just get fed into the broader ecosystem of your company. If you have somebody that can catch those applications, right, we're going to deliver you great talent. We don't want them to get lost in the shuffle. So we're always happy to talk about really creative opportunities to make sure somebody's catching them on the end. But what you can tell is we have great traffic into there if you have jobs that have to be filled. Employer engagement and thought leadership. I think if you've been around the chamber, you know we love to bring people together, we love to elevate, and we love to put folks forward-facing that are doing really good work. We don't need the Hiring Our Heroes story to be told. We need the stories of the companies and the organizations across America and around the world that are putting people to work to be told. And we have various ways that we do that. Our advisory councils, we bring our folks together 3 times a year. They're giving us the industry feedback. They're guiding us. They're telling us where to focus on coming forward and the needs of emerging needs that are occurring. Our 4+1 commitment is to support military spouses, which, if you haven't figured out, I'm deeply passionate about. And it's designed to help ensure that we're not asking companies to do new policies. We're asking them to take a look at the policies that they already have and connect them to military spouses, right? So it's designed to improve military spouse hiring, but most importantly, to retain military spouses, right? So that they can continue and stay with companies for a long time. I will tell you, if you give a military spouse just a little bit of flexibility and a little bit of investment, you will have an employee for 5 to 8 to 9 years. And grassroots engagement, we are all over the world. So how can we help you? You know, come alongside us, come to the communities that we're going to, and we will help you build solutions. And then we also have our great national convenings. If anybody's in here and wants to be part of them, we do a fantastic transition trucking summit in partnership with Fastport. So there's great discussion, but at the end of it, we give a rig away every year. And it is one of the most exciting engagements all year because you take somebody that's driving a truck, a veteran or a military spouse, and you turn them into a small business owner instantaneously, right? And so the idea of capitalism and free enterprise, we are living that and putting folks, creating small business owners. We bring our folks together and recognize the great work that people are doing through our gala each year, and that is not a fundraiser, it's a celebration of the good work happening in communities around the world. We also get to focus on our Military Spouse Employment Summit. We have 2 days dedicated solely to creating solutions and bringing people together that are supporting military spouses. And at large, we don't do large efforts around small business, but we certainly create convening. So if you are a small business in this room and want to be part of that conversation and how it supports veteran and military spouses, we certainly want to be helpful in that way. And so you can see our employer resources. You can use any of these. You don't need to invest money or time. You can just use any of these for free. And I also want to tell you our fellowships do not require any kind of partnership agreement. So if you want to, well, now if you show up and you want to take 100 fellows, we're going to have a different discussion. But if you want to just take 1 or 2 and figure out if it's a good fit, we're happy to have you. And so also happy to share research that we've conducted over the years as well. So in terms of outreach and communication, we're here to support. I know that I have thrown a lot at people, but I want to leave time for questions and answers. Does anybody have any questions, thoughts, concerns around the veteran or military spouse connected space? Yes, sir.
What do you see the role of community-based organizations in the
Where do I see community-based organizations? Unbelievably important, right? So I think we're really powerful in that we can bring national organizations to communities around the country, but it's the community-based organizations that continue to do the work. And we've been very collaborative with those community-based organizations because they're the ones that stay. We've been able to pipeline some money towards them. We've been able to pipeline partnerships. We have vetted community partners that we work with, but we are always open to creating collaboration. I mean, that's what keeps the communities going every single day. Yeah. All right, well, I will leave you with this. We are here to support. We're here to tell your story. We have over 1 million social media followers. We are here to come if you have questions, if you want us to come talk to your folks, if you want to learn more about military spouses, transitioning service members, and veterans. This is an unbelievable population that I think as we go into the next 2 years, companies and orgs are going to desperately need access to as we face some significant workforce shortages. So thank you for sharing your time with me. It's been a pleasure to be with you and look forward to getting to know you.
Please make your way to your next selected breakout by 1:15 p.m.
Next set of breakouts will start at 1:15. Enterprise and Opportunity is down the hall to your left. Lee Anderson is right across the hall on your right side.
Good afternoon, everyone. I believe it is time. Yes, let's get this party started. Alrighty, so I'm Evelyn Gonzalez. Thank you for being here. We are going to talk today about the experience that we've had at Broward Health. If you don't know where Broward Health is, it is in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And I joined Broward Health approximately a year and a half. Before that, I was with Memorial Healthcare System, which is kind of like the competition. And spent about 8 years there doing workforce development. So I've been a nurse since 94. Yes, I went to the University of Connecticut, where I have both of my nursing degree. And then throughout the years, I've done a lot of really, really cool things in my career. And now I've been focusing on workforce development for the past few years. So we have some very unique situation, if you will, down in South Florida. One is that we have a lot of healthcare systems competing for a small talent pool, if you will. So if you've been to South Florida, it kind of used to be, I'm originally from Connecticut, so it used to be, when you had all of these healthcare systems compacted into Connecticut, New York, Boston area, kind of like that. But now it's pretty much, like I said, in South Florida, there's tremendous amount of competition. We've seen things change a little bit up in the north, and eventually I think we'll see the same coming down in our area. But for the meantime, we are very much competing for the very small, limited talent pool. Now, I will tell you that nursing is not being affected in South Florida the way it is being affected at other areas of the country. And that is because we do have a large number of schools of nursing. Now, if you follow what's been going on in Florida, you do have pretty much South Florida is where you had a concentration of a number of organizations that said, we're going to open up a school of nursing. And we've had, I think, about over 120 schools of nursing in South Florida, at about 6,100 square mile area, compared to Connecticut, which is about 5,500 square miles, where they have a little under 30 schools of nursing. So you see the big difference, right? However, we don't have the same with allied health. And that's one of the things that I really want to try to bring focus to, because when you talk to anyone, particularly young people, about healthcare, the first thing that comes to mind is what? Doctors and nurses, right? The stuff that they see on TV, the Johnson & Johnson campaign. I don't know if you guys remember Be a Nurse campaign. So people remember that, but they don't understand that behind those folks, there's a whole team of people. It's like a small city. So we do have our own legal team. We have finance. We have the lab, X-ray. When I always laugh when I'm watching a show and I see a physician doing an X-ray. I'm like, that will never happen in real life. So we need to put light on those because of the fact that people are not going into that, and it's critical. It's critical. We are facing a severe shortage in a number of areas, which I'll talk about. We are competing with, if you think about South Florida, the first thing you think about is what? Tourism, right? So we are competing with tourism for that limited talent pool. And I'll tell you something. The difference with us is that we don't have a happy customer. We don't. When you go down to South Florida for vacation, you tend to be a happy customer. You want to be there, you're on vacation, you have a good time. If you go shopping to one of our many, many shopping malls, right? Definitely going to be there, spend some money. But when you come into healthcare, guess what? You don't want to be there. Your family doesn't want to be there. Even if you're there for a happy occasion, like let's say you're having a child, it's still a tremendous amount of stress. So I tell people, you have to be very careful when we're hiring into healthcare because it is not the same customer service that we are delivering as what Amazon is delivering, as what, the hotels, the Intercontinentals and so forth that are delivering. Now, we do have a huge problem in healthcare nobody talks about, which is retirement. There's a huge number of, particularly, again, those areas that people don't know really about, like the lab, where half, actually more than half, of my entire lab department can retire within the next couple of years. That is scary, particularly when I have 2 lab programs in South Florida, just 2. And they're both private, and they're both very expensive. So because of that, we are, again, trying to figure out where are we going to go with this. So healthcare, we're having to do what we really don't want to do, which is provide our own in-house training. Why is it that we don't want to do that? Not that we're not good at it, but we have organizations that do that already. We have schools. So we would prefer that they do it, but we're being forced to. Because again, we do not have enough of the schools producing the number of people that we need for all of us in South Florida. I'm a strong believer that certifications should start in high school. You know, I'm a nurse today because I received my nursing, or what's pretty much called, it changes all the time, patient care tech, nursing assistant, patient care associate, whatever. But back then, it was a certified nursing assistant in high school. And it wasn't a technical school, it was New Britain High. So when I got out, I was able to work. And during my summers, I would make enough money to be able to spend during the school year at UConn and support myself. So I walked out of UConn with no debt, which is pretty much unheard of nowadays. And that's, for me, that's really scary, is that we are having so many people, particularly young people, get into these massive amounts of school debt without giving them a clear return on their investment. So because of that, we have to start meeting people where they're at. It may not be asking them to have a degree. It might be saying, look, let's start you up with a short-term certification, then we can upskill you. And that's what we're trying to do. Now, I did talk already about how higher education, particularly the technical schools, yes, they do have those nursing assistant programs and those medical assistant programs, but again, they're not producing enough, and it's becoming a serious problem for us in South Florida. Also, there's a skills gap, right? I'm sure you've probably heard that soft skills are in demand. I had one manager who was really upset when she interviewed a young lady, and this young lady used language that she would do in a text. And she's like, oh, what is this? What is this? Why is this happening? I'm like, because that's where young people communicate with each other. And when they don't know better, that is what we have. So it is our responsibility, or at least work with our high schools or junior achievement programs to say, let's teach them the soft skills that they need, not just to be in customer service, but particularly to be in healthcare. Because again, we're dealing with a different customer. Also, AI is coming. Actually, it's here. And it's funny that I say that because I remember that when I was at Hartford Hospital back in '95, we used to have a robot that used to come and deliver trays. And the robot, which I thought was so cool, kept on breaking down. And when they finally figured out what it was that the employees from Food and Nutrition Services were actually messing with the robot, because they thought, oh my God, this robot's going to take my job. So what are we faced with today, right? When we're at an airport, I was at Miami International, and here comes this wheelchair all by itself rolling down. And most people are like, oh my God, there goes their job. And I'm behind there like, how do I invest in this, right? Because that is what reality is. We have to make sure that we embed AI and this technology in upskilling our young people, upskilling our workforce, period. Because it's here, it's staying, it is not a fad. So you think that this is a fad, I actually say to people, go to, and if you have one near you, go to White Castle. And I love White Castle. I spent a lot of time and money there because, when you're broke, that's what you do. But go there and go see Flippy. Flippy is the robot that's actually a short order cook. It started out at White Castle. It has now been picked up by Jack in the Box, In-N-Out Burger, and it's going to continue because guess what? That is not a job that people really enjoy. You get injured, there's a lot of burns, and then there's other issues that come along with it when that individual calls out. When that individual gets upset and you see it in the news and there's, negative because something happened and something ended up in the hamburgers because that employee was upset. Kind of removes all that. But guess what? Someone's going to need to fix that robot. Someone's going to need to program that robot. So actually the jobs of the future still have not been created. And this is a golden opportunity for us, particularly in healthcare, to get in front of that. So what did we do? Well, we started out with a pilot project. It was an entry level positions to what's called a sterile processing tech. And what we did was we said, you know what? We see that, or really our data shows, that we have our entry level employees are leaving us about a 1 year before 1 year mark. And they're leaving us because they're saying, I don't see a future here. And that was kind of, for me anyway, when I looked at the data, I'm like, oh my God, we really are not doing a good job about saying, we can help you grow. And I think that's important. Again, I think that other industries, particularly technology, have been doing this very well for quite some time, where they've shown people what their career tracks, career paths are gonna look like, but healthcare has not necessarily been doing that. So we need to do more of that. So we started out with entry-level positions. We narrowed it down, and we said, well, what's the one that's really, really a pain point? And it was sterile processing tech, because people don't even know what that means. And if you don't know what that means, it is a critical position, because it's that individual that cleans those sterile or sterilizes the tools that are used in surgery. And if you've ever been in a hospital where you've had the Joint Commission, right, come in and do an inspection in the OR, and you've got problems with those instruments, it's gone just downhill from there. It just really goes downhill from there. So we put it out there. We said, hey, we want to upskill you. It's going to be free. And we had 17 employees apply. Of those, we did choose 10. All 10 went through the program. We said, we're going to do two things that are very unique. We're going to take away some barriers. One is we are going to have you go to this program for free. It's going to be in the evenings. We're going to let you out early from your current job. And on top of that, we're going to supplement your income. So that way you're not losing money when you're going to school. Because again, the more barriers that people have, the less likely that they're going to go ahead and take these opportunities and say, this is for me. Because again, you have to pay the bills. If you live in South Florida, my goodness, I mean, I have a home in Nashville. I have a home in South Florida. I priced out my car. My car, just to insure it in South Florida, $300 a month. In Nashville is $100. And if people say to me, oh, well, but the wages, no, the wages are not that high. They're not. We're not talking about California. We're not talking about Washington. We're not talking about New York. We're talking about South Florida. And it's not what people think at all. So when we did this, we did say to our employees, we're going to ask that we do, that you do something for us. We are investing in you. So you need to invest in us. We did ask for a 2-year employment commitment. We had 10 of them finish the program, 7 of them turned into sterile processing tech, so I thought that was a pretty good number. 1 did not because very ill, became very ill, went on FMLA, just returned. 2 said, you know what? I figured out that I can make more money doing the job that I'm doing now because I get overtime and this and that and the other. So that was a lesson learned. There's actually a few lessons learned. And an idea from that emerged, which was, let's go for taking pretty much 9 of our entry-level positions, and we chose these 9 based on data. Data is important. And I can't emphasize that enough. Data is important. So we chose the ones that had the highest vacancy, the highest turnover, pretty much focused on environmental services, number of jobs in there, food and nutrition, patient transporter, patient companion, some people call them patient sitters. And we said, okay, we got these 9 jobs. What we're gonna do is this. We're going to give these individuals pretty much, again, a training plan. I'm gonna sit down and say, hey, this is what we're going to give you. We're going to give you an investment plan, training plan. Give us 1 year. If you give us 1 year, we're going to turn around and give you 6 career tracks to choose from. When you choose one of those career tracks, again, we're going to do the same thing that we did for the sterile processing tech, which is we're going to not only pay for the course, but we're also going to make sure that we supplement your income and that your work schedule is adjusted. Again, remove those barriers. It is so important that you remove those barriers. So, of course, we will require a 2-year work agreement because it's only fair that if you're invested in your employees, that you ask your employees to invest right back. There's nothing wrong with that. I think what is wrong is when you actually go after your employee, let's say your employee leaves, right? And you actively go after them and you send them to collections and then you go out and pretty much ruined their lives. I don't think that's fair. But again, if you explain the whys, and people, for the most part, if you invest in with them, they'll be grateful and say, you know what, I'm going to stay. Even if it's for a little while, I'm going to stay. And if you get the 2 years, you're golden. You really are golden. But when I presented this to the leaders, what was the first reaction you think that they said of those environmental services, food and nutrition, patient services departments? Whoa, wait a minute. You're telling me that you're going to take my employees and you're going to leave me empty? Are you crazy? Like, no, I wouldn't do that to you because I was a leader once. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and partner. We partner with OIC. We also partner with Career Source, Broward. And we said, look, OIC, Career Source, Broward, what we're going to do is we're going to ask of you to identify individuals who want to go into healthcare in those entry-level positions because they're either unemployed or underemployed. And that's going to be pretty much our pipeline into these 9 entry-level jobs. Then we will upskill, right? So when I showed that plan to the leaders, do you think they were more open to listening? Of course they were. Because now I was going to show them, look, not only am I going to fill your positions, but I'm going to help you make sure that you grow your employees within our system instead of to the competition. And that was very important. It was very important for them to understand that I'd rather lose my employee to another department within my organization than lose that employee to the competition. So this is some samples of what we did. We have a welcome letter for those entry-level employees, and we said, hey, welcome. First of all, welcome to Broward Health. We're happy that you're here. We want to make an investment in you. And it kind of talks about, then also along with that comes that training investment agreement. And in there, it kind of just shows them, well, this is what you're going to expect from us. And they get to sign it. Their leader gets to sign it. They have my contact information. And then it also tells them what the next steps will be at that 1-year mark, which will be me reaching out and saying, hey, not only did I meet you in orientation, because I do go to every orientation, and give these personally, and put them, pull them aside and say, hey, my letter people, come with me, okay? Because they have no idea what I'm going to be talking to them. I said, come letter people, let's go. And we talk about, okay, look, this is what's going to happen. Just give me a year, 1 year, touch back. We're going to talk about what's next for you. If you want to, that's great. If you don't, that's okay. But I just want you to know that we want to continue to invest with you. And you'll be surprised at the number of people that are just so excited that they're starting off their career with us from day one with already getting a plan in their hand as to what's to come. So at that 1 year, this is actually 2 of those what we call mid-level careers. And there's a typo, not good, but mid-level. And there's 2 of them here. This is the processing services tech, still processing tech. There's also a medical assistant. We have nursing assistant, patient care techs like we call them. We also have a monitor tech, a unit secretary, and oh goodness, there's another one. Oh, the most important one is we have, I'm blanking out, but anyway, if you want all 6 of them, reach out to me, you can get them. But The most important thing is that they actually get to see what their path is going to continue to look like. That is super, super important, is that they continue to see what their growth can look like at Broward Health. So it's not just, I'm in here, I'm brand new, what's next for me? This is what it looks like. And then they'll get to the point where they'll be able then to use our tuition reimbursement program, which I'm looking to change into not a reimbursement program, because what do reimbursement programs do? They force people to put their money out of pocket, right, and they get reimbursed. Is that a barrier? It is a barrier. And we identify it as a barrier due to the number of people that use that program, mostly for nursing, very small number. So that tells you right there we have a problem with that particular program. And research shows that really organizations should move towards not tuition reimbursement, but tuition assistance. And actually, it would be best if you go with the payment as they go through the program. So course by course. There's nothing wrong with that. If you partner up with a couple of organizations, a couple of higher ed institutions, and you put together some agreements and say, look, we're going to send you employees. Let's talk about how much this is going to cost. We're going to break it up in payments. We're going to need the employee to, give you permission to show us where they're at. Because again, you don't want to do any FERPA violations, but you can go around this by making sure you have the right things in place. And then those partners are more than willing to work with you. Because again, you're bringing them business. And that is definitely something that all schools, particularly now with what's happening, they want more business, right? So, building the talent pipeline, what is our vision? Start with identifying your pain points and go from there. Don't go at this like, what you think may be your point, but actually use data. We have a good HRIS system. We're able to pull from that, because when I asked the leaders what their pain points were, right, or what for them to identify, it was different. It was a different story from what the data showed. So perception is not always reality. That's what you need the data for. We also created a paid internship to incentivize our young people to come into healthcare and look at what healthcare is. And it's not, we don't put them patient-facing. We put them in all the other areas so they can see that, oh, wow, this is a small city. This is not just what I see on TV. And we do that with 3 summer youth employment program partners. Currently working with Junior Achievement on a pre-apprenticeship program for healthcare. We have marine, we have construction. We don't have healthcare. And I'm like, what? How do we not have healthcare when we have so many of us down here, right? So we're working on that, Junior Achievement, trying to convince the state and some other folks to put some dollars into that, because it's very important to have that financially backed, so that these high school students can, again, be able to choose their tracks earlier on, like I did, have that opportunity to go into it earlier, because they knew what they were getting into. Versus, I think the worst thing that I have ever seen is when you have an individual go through all these 4 years or 5 years of nursing school, and they come out and they're just like, this is not what I wanted. So we want to make sure that we have that. Now, I am creating apprenticeship programs for the healthcare system. We just got our first one approved, which is a biomedical tech. We will continue to create more, because when you create apprenticeship programs, you have to have an apprenticeship program for that to be fed into. So what do we want to do? We want to expand our existing academic programs. We want to continue to develop apprenticeship pathways. It is important. Currently working with the Nursing Consortium of Florida on creating an RN apprenticeship program, because we know that there might be some financial cuts coming to healthcare, and if that's the case, then programs like Vizient with our RN residency programs, those dollars might go away. So we're getting ready to roll that out for our partners, our member partners. Again, partner with your workforce boards. It is so important to do that with your education partners. Don't reinvent the wheel. It is not necessary. Just get together and say, what do you do best? What do you do best? This is what I do best. Let's work together. Expand your academic programs, pre-apprenticeships, strategic partnerships, upskilling initiatives. This is all stuff that you've heard before, but it's doable. It is doable. And I think that's pretty much what I want you to walk away with, is like, I am one person doing workforce development at Broward Health, one. And that's all it takes, one to get started. Now that they've seen movement, now they're like, oh goodness, we're gonna have to get you somebody else. You know, and if you can't get somebody else, guess who will be willing to come to you? Students, they come for free. I have, during the summer, I had a student from the healthcare administration program, and I currently have one now too. So take advantage of all that, get some help. Alrighty, so I have some questions, I'm sure. So, anyone? Oh, come on. I did not do that great of a job. Yes, thank you. Hi.
Is this on? Yeah, okay. Hi, I'm Betsy Hassan. I'm the Director of Nursing Education and Professional Development at the University of Vermont Medical Center. So I'm excited to connect as another nurse on this. I am curious, in some of our pathway programs that we've been developing, we're hitting those upper limit of those, the tax benefit, or for the tuition reimbursement tax benefit.
Yeah.
And so I'm curious your thoughts as we sort of move into more of an RN or college degree required pathway programs. How can we get either around that, or how can we advocate to help get that changed?
Woo, that's a loaded question. That's a little different, so that's why I'm kind of looking at it in another way. I'm actually going more after grants. So if you haven't heard of the DeLuca Foundation, look into them. They fund a lot of great, particularly nursing programs or you know, ideas, if you will. And hopefully, I did apply for a grant from them for this, $700,000 over 3 years. So I will hopefully hear from them by the end of October. And yeah, I'm also, today, I have to get off this stage and finish up the day to, there's the Johnson & Johnson Nurse Hack grant, applying for that. Applying for as many grants as you possibly can. Work with your local, you know, you have local nursing associations. Sometimes they have dollars. Just, and I know this is crazy, but you have to get, that's the beauty about the Nursing Consortium of Florida, is that we've brought academia and practice together, the deans and the chief nursing officers together, and said, look, we are having serious issues here. How can we work together? And who has the dollars to do that? And we've been doing that ever since Hurricane Andrew, started after Hurricane Andrew. And I wish there was that for the country. You know, I'm hoping that now that we are the Nursing Consortium of Florida, that eventually we expand to the rest of the country, because every state needs that. Every state needs somewhere where nurse academia and nursing practice comes together and says, you have problems, you know, I have solutions, let's get together, who's got the money? I mean, for us, we were very fortunate that Governor DeSantis put some dollars into line funding, and that has been a game changer for nursing in the state of Florida. Go for that. And the way that started was with the dean from FIU. She sat down with the governor and my current boss's boss, CEO for Broward Health, and said, we need nursing funding. And I think that's where you need to start, because it's a lot tougher to change IRS rules than to kind of do workarounds. Yeah. I think I have 36 seconds. No one else has a question? If not, I'll be down here. You want to come ask privately, you have my email, you have my phone number, have my LinkedIn. Please, please, please reach out. Thank you so much for listening. I appreciate you.
Please make your way to your next selected breakout by 2:15 p.m.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. We're going to do a networking break until 2:15, so you can stay in here or move to the room next door.
everyone. I just want to give you about a 2-minute warning before we get started with our breakouts. So if you are staying for the Unlocking Inclusive Talent Pipelines, you're in the right room. If not, the other breakout is happening in Lee Anderson on demand planning. So if you're still in here, I'm going to assume you're staying for this session. If not, please make your way to Lee Anderson. Thank you.
Wow, guys, the lights are so bright here. It's great. It's fine for me. How are you all? Okay, great. So, little known fact about me. This is going to be interactive. It's an hour. So we're going to spend some time together. So first, my name is Lakeisha Miller. I'm the Executive Director of the Kentucky Chamber Foundation's Workforce Center. What I want to do is set the stage. What is the Kentucky Chamber Foundation? What's our mission? Talk a little bit more about what we're going to use the majority of this time to discuss. And then we're going to have some fun because you will have an opportunity at your table. We'll buddy people together to have deeper discussions about this topic. So we'll go back one. Or maybe not. Okay. So first, the Kentucky Chamber Foundation, our purpose is how do we cultivate the power of employers to drive opportunity in Kentucky and build opportunity for every single Kentuckian. So that's a very ambitious purpose, and our vision is economic prosperity for all. Right? So when we think of that, who needs to come to the table? Employers need to come to the table. Partners need to come to the table. State partners, everybody needs to come to the table when we think about building opportunity. That's a big task, but we have to start somewhere. So let's start at the beginning, right? You see on here it says the workforce crisis. Anybody want to say dun, dun, dun? Because that's how it feels, right? Right? Dun, dun, dun. Like this is the workforce crisis. So we'll talk a little bit about where Kentucky is when it comes to workforce. And what we're going to talk about today is all about unlocking talent pipelines, right? We discovered or piloted, now we've grown, employer academy models. So a lot of our time today is gonna be focused on what did we do, what did we learn, where's the best practices. Listen, I'm an open book, where are the failures, right? And then what you can consider. So what is workforce participation? Anybody? I put it on there. JK, I'll answer. So of course, when we talk about workforce participation, it's anyone that's 16 years or older that's employed or actively looking for work. Okay, so that doesn't include active military, it doesn't include institutionalized individuals, but really if you're 16 years or older, you're employed, unemployed, but looking for work, you're fair game. So we're just gonna throw a little quiz. Where do you think Kentucky falls in terms of workforce participation? Let's say, show me the show of hands for like super high, Lakeisha, knocking it out of the park. Well, that's rude. No hands. That's crazy. Oh, I think, that's my friend, that's my friend. I'll get your name after. Okay, who feels like, no, so sorry, it's not great? All right, well, I can see where my enemies are. But you are correct. So our workforce participation, the most recent reading is 58%. What I will tell you is when you look at it compared to national workforce participation rates, national workforce participation is at 62%, Kentucky's at 58% as of August. Traditionally, we have been in the bottom 10 states when it comes to workforce participation. Not great, not something you want to put on a t-shirt, but it's something as a state we have to contend with. So what does that mean in layman terms? It means there's a lot of talent that's on the sidelines that needs to get in to the workforce. So of course, we're not naive. There are barriers that's preventing that, whether that is childcare, transportation, skills gap, you name it. There's other factors that contribute to a lower workforce participation rate. So it is multifaceted, but as a state, again, going back to the purpose of the Chamber Foundation, how do we unlock the power of business to accelerate solutions that make sense for the business community, but also build opportunity for all Kentuckians? So you'll see what I mean. This is us. 20 years in the making. We actually even did a report that was called 20 Years in the Making, the Workforce Crisis. Again, dun, 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 right? We can do that. So what do you notice with this slide? There's like a drop, right? Very dramatic. What do you think that represents? Oh man, the panini, right? The name that should not be named, COVID. Exactly. So what you notice though is if we go all the way back, our workforce participation rate wasn't great. When you see that drop, it's not just because of COVID. We would love to blame it on COVID, and of course we did see a significant drop, but post-COVID, it's back to leveling off. It's still not back to where it was, so there's still opportunity for growth. So I just want to give you a little bit of history because that's going to help you to understand why it was important for us to try something new. So when you see Kentucky, we also want to know, and again, these numbers are not updated, so keep in mind, it's 58% at this point. We're still, when we look at the surrounding states, you have Ohio at 62%, Indiana. We always say thank God for West Virginia, right, because they're lower. Is there any person from West Virginia in here? If you're not, I love you for real. I'm just joking. So Tennessee, right, is really our active competitor, but they even have a stronger workforce participation. So we can't necessarily use it as an excuse to be like, well, we gotta be better. So one of the things that I think is especially interesting is when you look at the prime age workforce in Kentucky. So not only do you see that our workforce participation rate isn't the best, but when it comes to the prime age workforce, 25 to 54, we also see a pretty sharp decline. And even if you take a look at, again, the neighboring states, 80% is still not as great as the surrounding states. We're not super far behind, but it's not great. And again, thank God for. Thank you very much. All right, so again, we still have some work to do. And when you think of prime age workers, that's the core of your workforce, right? Like, that's the workforce, that's the talent that's gonna have the most experience. They really are who you want to engage the most. So you can imagine it's concerning for Kentucky to say, wow, we're declining in this area, not where we wanna be. Okay, so this is another really dramatic slide that shows a cliff. But to sum it up, this is talking about job growth. And hot off the press, when we look at the number of jobs, probably post-COVID, we would say Kentucky had, for every one person, 2 open positions. That's pretty good, right? For who? The person looking for the job, right? I have options, I feel really good. Well, that has started to cool a little bit, where it's starting to even, or you're starting to see the demand cool a little bit. What does that mean? That means employers aren't necessarily hiring any and everyone, but there's a focus on upskilling, retention, finding the right talent, which again isn't bad, but it does put pressure on making employers understand, hey, there's different talent pools that are out there that we can consider. So we talked about this, but these are just some quick factoids. 48% of Kentuckians have skills training beyond high school, while 58% require job training. Not great. So this talks about like the baby boomers. It also talks about childcare. We talked about that as a potential hurdle or barrier. But overdoses really also hit our state extremely hard, right? So we think of the opioid epidemic and what that did to that prime age workers. There was a study by University of Kentucky a couple years ago that said a causation when it comes to the opioid epidemic, we lost about like 54,000 potential workers due to the opioid crisis. That's a lot of people, right? So we could not look at these causes and say, well, there's nothing we could do. We have to start somewhere. Solutions. We're just solution-minded, innovative people, right? Everybody in this room, we are solution-minded, innovative people. We're gonna succeed, we're gonna fail somewhere, but we're gonna talk about a little bit more, now that we understood where Kentucky was, what needs to happen. So you'll see on the screen, it talks about statewide workforce and talent team, SWAT, very cool, right? We always need to start with an acronym and then figure out what we want it to mean. So it's like SWAT team, right? And that's literally what we did. We started with the acronym and we were like, what does that mean? But essentially what that means is we're not the only people at the table trying to solve a problem. And many of us are in that situation. So we want to help employers connect to different talents. We understand our workforce participation is low, but the Chamber Foundation isn't the only one doing that. So how do we effectively use the $1.2 billion that flows into Kentucky in terms of resources each year more effectively? So when we did more research, it was only 15% of our businesses are truly collaborating effectively with workforce partners to navigate the various resources that are there. So what we knew at the core is we had to work better together. We had to figure out how do we meet the needs of business, but how do we also create an environment where we're SWAT, working together is essentially what that means. How do we do that more effectively? So again, the mission of SWAT is how do we build coordinated and streamlined business service systems. A lot of fancy terms. Businesses don't care about this. This is more for us. This is the lingo. Business care about, did you meet our needs? Am I right or am I wrong? I'm right, right? So this is just fancy terms for get it together so I can get what I want. And we don't actually care about credit. So let's do this in a way that everybody can work out more opportunity. So we can skip past this, but this is just more of a depiction of it's going to be local and regional partners, it's going to be business leaders, it's going to be legislators, it's going to be the SWAT partners. We have to work collectively together. So what did we produce? This is our academy model. Simply put, we wanted to create a space that was easy for employers to learn. Learn about the various talent pool populations that exist. For instance, we talked about the opioid crisis. So the very first academy that we put together was on fair chance hiring. How do you effectively hire talent coming out of incarceration or that had a history of substance use disorder? So this was probably in 2021. We took a stab. This was an ambitious goal. We had never done this before, but we knew it needed to be done because our workforce participation was not something we wanted to put on t-shirts, which if you didn't guess, I really like t-shirts. And I wanted to be able to tout how awesome Kentucky was in terms of solving this crisis. But we need employers at the table. Anybody can guess what was the number one thing, if we were talking about our Fair Chance Academy, what was the biggest hurdle there? Stigma. So when we thought of, okay, we're gonna put this 3-day academy together, we're gonna invite all these employers to the table, the very first part of that had to be about education. It had to be, right? We needed to talk about the stigma, and we had to talk about the business case. How is this good for business? How do people that have a history of substance use disorder or history of incarceration, how do they operate in the workplace? And what they saw is there's a higher retention rate, there's lower turnover, and there were already companies within their industry or community doing this. So again, going back to SWAT, we brought the partners to those academies. We gave the employers a front row seat to hear not only from their peers, but hear about the resources in the community that can help you connect to that talent. We also did a re-entry simulation. And this is, again, is just for the Fair Chance Academy. This is our first time out of the gate. We said, we're gonna partner with our Department of Corrections because they do a re-entry simulation, simulating what it's like to get out of incarceration and what the first 2 weeks are like. Sounds easy enough, but that's when the light bulb went off for employers. I can't tell you because they simulate a jail as well. So how many of the employers in the room after this re-entry simulation went to jail? So let's say we have 20 employers. How many of them do you think ended up in jail? Exactly. About half of them ended up in jail, and they said, it's not fair. I had to steal that microwave. This is the things that you were hearing, and all of a sudden the light bulb started to go off. They were like, why is this process so difficult? Hey, I don't have an ID. I only have my mugshot. Hey, this. And now it started to click for them. If they're looking at a resume and somebody had a gap or somebody had a record, it's not enough to just discriminate. Let's go deeper, let's ask more questions. What does this mean, right? What things can we help this person with so that they can have a job on day one when they come out? Another twist to the Fair Chance Academy was, at first we had just staffing the reentry simulation. We partnered with a correctional facility and we said, could we have some inmates staff this? Now, of course, brilliant idea, brainstorming. Everybody was like, this is an amazing idea. Could you imagine the phone call calling my CEO saying like, hey, no big deal, there's gonna be a van in front of the chamber. It's gonna say XXX correctional facility. No big deal. Of course, they were like, what's going on? It was the single best thing that we could do because the employers now were face to face with their talent. And these individuals could share, hey, these are the skills that I have. These are the things that you want. And by the end, we had employers literally, not even being dramatic, throwing business cards at them saying, hey, when do you get out? Hey, how can we connect? And right there, you could see the magic of centralizing resources and talent, and that leading to opportunity. So once we saw this worked in the fair chance space, inevitably we said, okay, we gotta replicate this. We have to figure out like what other talent pools are employers really interested in connecting, but they don't know how to get there. So then you see Military Hiring Academy. We did that, another 3-day experience, working with our bases, connecting talent, connecting resources. We recently wrapped up our Disability Hiring Academy in February, actually, of this year, and this population has the lowest workforce participation. Like, it is very tough for employers to understand the spectrum of disability and how that is truly a viable talent source. And that was an amazing academy, another 3-day experience. And then very recently, we did a new Kentuckian hiring academy focused on documented workers, immigrant and refugee talent, and how those employers can, again, bring those talented people into your organization. So here's some pictures just to kind of simulate it for you. So these are the things we bring the employers together. This one is at ABC, which is really just focused on the construction industry. This is the first time that we ever did this. So traditionally, we trained about 300 business leaders in fair chance hiring. And that was like over 2.5 years. What we consistently heard, though, is this is great, but you're bringing businesses from all different industries to one convening, but they might say like, but what does that mean for healthcare? But what does that mean for construction? What does that mean for manufacturing? So we quickly realized that we needed to start shifting to industry specific. So this one is actually the first time we did industry specific, and it was fantastic. I think there were about 6 or 7 hires directly after this academy. So again, smaller cohort, intimate learning, direct talent access, more utilization of resources, which is the key. So again, this is to date, specifically with Fair Chance Academy, nearly 450 business leaders have been trained. And that's resulted, so those business leaders that were trained, in 550 fair chance placements, which is amazing. And again, this is the quote that you see on here is really from one of the employers that leveraged the Fair Chance Academy, and again, use that opportunity to build on innovative solutions. So we're really excited about the Fair Chance Academy. And I will say, not only did we learn about switching to industry focus, we've switched to regional, because we would say, come to the state capital, doesn't matter where you are. That's a lot of travel for businesses, right? Let's localize it more, and then let's make it more specific. So that's one of the learnings that we've had so far. And if you can keep the cohorts not too large, so I think 30 is really our sweet spot, people start opening up, they start asking really good questions. You know, I think there's a lot of learning that happened there. So next, our Disability Hiring Academy, just wanted to share some facts here. This was the first time that we've ever done this. We partnered with a really strong workforce partner, UK Human Development Institute. They were phenomenal. We were able to show a wide range of disability, but also people that are disabled working and working effectively. One of the highlights was actually showcasing a manufacturing facility for the blind, and half of their floor was blind individuals working on the machines. So think of the light bulbs that would go off for other manufacturing companies, like, what are you even talking about? And they go, oh yeah, on your phone, you just need to enable this accessibility and connect it to the machine, and it will talk to the individual. I have literally witnessed this with my own eyes, walking through the facility, the machine gets jammed, and the person walking over to the machine and fixing it. And he's just wearing earbuds. So again, I think a business cannot imagine a lot of times what they aren't able to see. So this class was, I think about 28 business leaders joined this class. Within 3 months, those employers had already hired 22 people that were disabled. So it works, right? Again, you have to be creative and imaginative, and partnership is the key to making it easier for the employers. So just like we talked about, impact numbers, 21 individuals with disabilities hired 3 months post-academy, 80% of the employers reported hiring. So of the 21, 80% of them contributed to the 21 individuals that were hired. 60% of those employers are now utilizing the resources from the University of Kentucky's Human Development Institute, which is critical because that's their focus, is how to increase the workforce participation for disabled individuals. So I love to see that 60% of those employers are now engaged where they weren't before. Resource utilization, because not only did we show them resources and information from the University of Kentucky's Human Development Institute, we showed them a ton of different resources that they can tap into. That utilization has increased. And it's always good to see that employers think it was a worthwhile experience to go through that. Because what you're asking of employers in this instance is their time. And if there's no ROI, there's no success. So the fact that employers are saying this is worth their time, but they're also seeing an ROI, that's amazing. That's what we want to see. So the impact is there. So the question I have for you for the rest of this session is, could this academy model work for you? So I'd love if you worked together, pair up, partner up, we're all friends, and spend about 15 minutes thinking through these questions, these prompts. Which population in your area would benefit from an academy model? Again, I showed you 4 different examples. You have fair chance, military, disability, or immigrant or refugee talent. Which population? That's going to be individual to you. What unique workforce gaps could it solve? So for us, we were focused squarely on increasing our workforce participation, getting people off the sidelines. But for your region or state, it might be different. What are you trying to solve for? And what would make this model scalable and sustainable? For us specifically, it costs money, right, to put on the academy. So again, if employers were seeing ROI, what was sustainable to us is would they pay for it? And they do. They pay a registration fee. And we also get sponsorship. So a lot of the partners or even other employers will say, this is worthwhile. Like, I want to do this. So again, what would make this model scalable and sustainable for you? So again, let's take the next 15 minutes, pair up, and then I want to hear from you. And then we'll use the rest of the time to kind of chat, ask questions, because I'm sure I missed something. And go. I don't have any music, but I can sing. Oh my gosh, thanks. Yeah, okay. This is so official. I've like waved the mic back on. All right, we're back. Lots of you had great table discussions, good questions. Anything that stood out to you as you discussed? We don't have to go question for question, but any key things that you want to share or observations when it comes to the academy, again, specific to your area. Don't be shy, we're all friends. All right.
In our areas, we are from Illinois and Colorado, that we have programs that are geared towards the population of potential workers, right, employees. And if we were, such as we talked about reentry and justice impacted, and if we were to partner those programs with academies where we were training employers, how much of an impact that could be on our workforce. So that is phenomenal. The major thing that we talked about is building off of those programs that we already have that are geared towards potential employees and starting to train employers.
That's phenomenal. And again, thank you for that insight, because you don't want to recreate the wheel. If you already have a wheel, if the flywheel is moving, the question is, how do you keep it moving more quickly and efficiently? So I love the concept of, hey, we're doing this really well. What would it look like if we complemented it? That's great. What other thoughts or findings, even questions? Open to it all. Newsflash, we still have 20 minutes.
So should I get entertainment or something?
Yeah. I mean, I'll dance. I have a dance. It was a surprise, but don't worry about it.
We're thankful for West Virginia.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think what we talked about just briefly is how we can do some research on the academy model. Yeah. And by research, we mean rip off and duplicate.
Of course.
So I think that's where we are.
Listen, because we know I love a good acronym. It's CASE, C-A-S-E, copy and steal everything, right? That's the word. I love that. Questions, thoughts? So I'll poll the room real quick. Do you feel like, just show of hands, do you feel like the academy model or some version of it that makes sense for you is something that would make sense for your area? Okay. Do you feel, are there any huge obstacles that you foresee when it comes to maybe implementing something like this? Money, right? Money, and that came up a couple times. It's like the third question on here, just like what would make this scalable and sustainable? There was a great idea about like governor discretionary funding, right? So how do you turn this into a public-private partnership, which, to be fair, we've done that, and we've been doing that for the last 5 years or so. But yeah, funding is gonna be the thing, and that's why I loved your comment about what are we doing now, and then how can we use this to complement? Other questions, thoughts? Deb, my darling.
So how did you engage the employers in your academy? I was amazed with the numbers, but how did you specifically get them interested?
So that's great. So I think we had to start with the ROI first. Like, 3 days, guys, is a long time. Like, that's not a little bit of time, right, to ask for an employer. So we had to be clear, like, what is it that we think, because remember, we were hypothesizing. We didn't really know, at least in the beginning, what do we think you're gonna gain? So direct access to talent, check. More customizable relationships with these workforce partners, so that again, if we go back to the skills gap, you can maybe work with them to say, here's the specific talent I need for X. So for them, it was appealing. One, I think with Fairchain's hiring, it was that mysterious thing that they have danced with maybe been burnt by a couple of times, but they really wanted to learn how do you do it effectively. So one, I think it was understanding, hey, what am I going to get out of this? And then, am I going to be able to learn from the people in the room? So business wants to hear from business. So in the beginning, it was really critical for us to find businesses that were doing it well. Businesses that were already partnering with these partners so that they could actually learn and ask questions of other businesses. As we grew the academies, I think with the Fair Chance Academy, we're probably on cohort 4, it started to catch on. Right? People were seeing or hearing about Fair Chance Academy or seeing the badge from an employer and getting curious. So I think that is it. What actually stopped or hurt our recruiting is we kept it at the statewide level for too long. Right? So businesses were like, hey, this is great, but I don't want to drive 3 hours, so can we figure this out? Can you come to me? Somebody coined it here, like, is this a traveling roadshow? I mean, that's what it's had to turn into, partnering more effectively with our local chambers, local partner, and then meeting the businesses where they were. So that's what we've been doing for the last year, which I think that's been super helpful. Yep. Okay, guys. Questions, thoughts? Okay. Oh, 2 more.
We talked about scalability.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. We talked about scalability. And there's just, I think there are just so many subpopulations that you can target people who have something in common.
Right.
Some who have survived, experienced the same thing, in which they're definable, right? What if I told you that there are 202,000 Kentuckians, adults, who have a predicted intent to seek a new job in the next year?
Yeah. Amazing.
Is that a group?
Is that a group?
Is that a group?
Could be. So I think the questions I would have, the 202,000, are you saying that's coming from one singular area or just collectively?
That is statewide.
Statewide. Perfect. So I would probably want to dig in and say, are we seeing a trend? So if 202,000, are we seeing a trend in terms of where is it coming from?
Evenly distributed across the state, 65% of them have household income under 50,000.
Mm-hmm. That's huge.
This is where we talk about scalable.
Yeah.
That's not something.
This isn't something, right?
On a piece of paper, right?
Correct.
Now the model has to change, whether it's Academy on steroids or
Yes.
whatever that is, because you can't get all those people in the same room.
Correct.
But you can find them.
You can, and I think one of the things that we talked about is this is not something that says, well, the solution is let's have 50,000 academies, right? The solution is figuring out who all are playing in the same sandbox, and let's decide who's doing X thing really well. So if it's the chamber and different organizations saying, we're gonna own the employer piece or a portion of it, and somebody else is gonna say, hey, we got resources, hey, we got this, how are we collectively pooling our resources together to make a dent in that 202,000? Because it's not gonna be with the academy model alone. This is just really an experiment that went fairly well to say, if we can work more collaboratively and streamline together, something's here. But I think the question about sustainability and just scaling, it cannot be just us. Everybody has to be around that table, and quite frankly, you need more money to figure out, like, what does that look like? And that's a question that we haven't solved for yet, right? So we've dibbled and dabbled, but I think it's testing, it's figuring out how to scale, and now that we have other partners at the table with SWAT, now you have key partners at the table really saying, okay, we're dedicated to doing this, which 3 years from now, I hope to come on the stage and say, remember I said 536? I meant 536,000. right? And then we'll all have workforce participation t-shirts, right? Go Kentucky. West Virginia is not great. No, just kidding. Go ahead.
So I was going to ask the funding question.
Yeah.
But the other piece is just what you picked up on as well. Like you move from academy to there are different players in those sandboxes. Can you talk about like the overall model maybe a little bit, and then how you move to those different sandboxes with that?
So I'll just put this back up. First of all, this is the first time I've ever seen like all of our logos together. So one, it's so cool. But that's a great question. So I think the biggest partner for us with Fair Chance Academy was one, state partner, so the Office of Drug Control Policy. They were already funding parts of the foundation to say, how do we create essentially stigma training for employers? So we already were receiving funding as a state partner. And then private funding, we had the Just Trust. So Chan Zuckerberg, so we pulled some funding in there, and then we also had additional private funding. Then it was about partnerships. So Department of Corrections was a huge partner here, as well as, I'm gonna butcher this, but it's BHDID. Of course, I love a good acronym and can't remember what it stands for, but essentially it's our behavioral health and mental health state partners. So we create advisory councils for each one of these academies. This is not something where the state chamber foundation is saying, we're the experts in these areas. So we say, this is our intention, and then we go and find the right partners to create the advisory councils for each one of these areas. Collectively, that's how we create the curriculum or the agenda. Hey, what is the business case? We always start with that. What is the business case for Fair Chance hiring, military hiring, disability hiring, New Kentuckian? Who needs to be a part of that discussion? And then who are the key resource providers in this space statewide? If we're doing it regionally, then now the question is, who's the key resource providers in this particular region? So again, I think for this, it's being very clear that our superpower is convening. It's not the expert. So it's figuring out who is already playing in this sandbox, pull them together, create an advisory council so that you can build that agenda together. Hopefully that answers your question. Okay. All right.
Hi.
Hi.
So one of the things that I think stood out to me was the New Kentuckian Hiring Academy. Grateful in Michigan that so many people want to move, particularly to Detroit, or an area that people want to move to. But one of the things I think I focus on and we focus on in our area is keeping people in Michigan, not just welcoming the folks that are coming. So have you guys put some thought into like a keep Kentuckian, right? How do you keep people in the state and not wanting to move to a nearby state?
So I will say, when you figure it out, you gotta let me know, right? But you're right, it is a math equation. So it's talent attraction plus retention, right? That's how you're gonna create competitiveness. And I always say, like, efficiency creates opportunity, and opportunity brings talent. So it's, how do we create more efficiency around retention? I don't know if we figured that out. I would say in Kentucky, the economic development, they launched a new campaign that I think serves a dual purpose, which is My New Kentucky Home. And it's focused on attraction, but it's also focused on teaching people, hey, did you know this is right here in Kentucky? Right? So people hear Kentucky, they think horses and bourbon. They don't necessarily think huge logistics hub or huge aviation hub or, a key player in additive manufacturing. So these are the things, I think part of it is education. Like, do core Kentuckians know? I think it's exactly what Strada was talking about, which is increasing work-based learning opportunities. Like, if you have our students engaged in the opportunities in their communities early, then I hope that's gonna get to the retention numbers. What's interesting here, though, is even with any one of these academies, a lot, especially for fair chance and talent coming out of incarceration, a lot of people said, well, there's nothing here for me. I made a mistake. And if we can kind of combat that and say, we have a job for you, then that job can breed community. It can breed like somebody wanting to grow and sustain a life there. But simply put, I don't know. It's a hard equation. I think for right now, at least for Kentucky, we knew there were more people legitimately on the sidelines. So we needed to solve for that. And then inevitably, we still have to solve for talent attraction. Because when you look at the neighboring states, in the last 20 years, Kentucky grew by 2.8%, whereas Tennessee grew by 18%. So we know part of it is grow your own, but it is bring people in. So that's a battle we're still fighting. So I'll let you know in 3 years if we win that, which I think is going to be super cool. Question in the back.
Thank you, Lakeisha. Really great presentation today.
Thank you.
I have two things to contribute on the money side. I don't have any money for anybody today,
Okay,
but
well.
for those of you who are in states that have been very proactive in getting Medicaid waivers, there's plenty of money available for serving the supportive services that are needed for the disability community.
Okay.
The second thing is there has been, as a result of that opioid settlement, which many states participated in, if your state or your county or your city participated, those opioid funds run for 10 years. So there's money available there to be redirected back to the communities that they hurt. So those are two areas of money. I come from South Florida, so we were one of the pill mill capitals of the country. So, we're making use of all that money right now. So if others should just check to see if their region or county has it.
Oh, that's fantastic. And you're talking about like opioid resettlement, not tobacco resettlement?
No,
and then
it's the opioid settlement.
Opioid settlement funds, yeah.
And it went in two parts. They had a first round that came out, and some states handled it differently. Some it came all to the state level. Others had, like we had one, I think, where it came to the state, and then the counties and or the municipalities had to participate as well if they wanted to be part of the settlement.
Nice.
So and those funds have started coming through within the last year and a half.
Perfect. I think that's great. Thanks for the addition there. All right. So I'm always a believer of leave before you're booed off the stage. Sounds like you guys believe in that as well. So we have 5 minutes left. I think this is a perfect opportunity to say thank you so much for your time, your questions, just your thoughts, and of course, the wealth of knowledge in this room. This is just a beautiful state of Kentucky trying something new, wanting to share that with you, share the successes, but also the opportunities that I'm sure as you all continue thinking about how do we apply this where we are, you're gonna be able to email me or call me and be like, Lakeisha, oh my gosh, we figured this out. And when we talk about the network of TPM, or we talk about this academy network, let's do this together, right? We're all trying to figure out ways of better engaging employers, better streamlining resources and opportunity, because we truly want to build opportunity for all. So thank you for having me, and I'll be around. You can talk to me. But thank you.
Please make your way to your next selected breakout by 3:25 p.m.
Well, again, thank y'all everybody for being part of this breakout. So in Lee Anderson, that's the room when if you go straight out of that door back into the brief, it's not on.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
All right, we got 2 sessions in 2 different rooms. So if you want to stay in here, in the Great Hall, we'll have creating new career pathways through business and education partnerships. And if you want to head to how to scale emerging industries and biotech, you can head over to Lee Anderson. That's through those doors right there, going back into the briefing center. First door on your right, walk straight, and you'll be back in the Lee Anderson. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Joe. We'll go ahead and get started here. I'm Jennifer Meller. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer with the Greater Phoenix Chamber Foundation and oversee our education and workforce portfolios. And I'm excited to talk through one of our business partnerships with our healthcare collaborative and some of our school partners. And joining me is Jill Bushbacher, Director of Workforce Innovation, who leads all of our workforce efforts at the foundation. So to share a little bit about our healthcare pathway with you all today. We're going to be talking about how we brought our employer partners together, our healthcare partners together, to create a new CTE program specifically in the healthcare space. So just to get us started, the Greater Phoenix Chamber Foundation, we were formed about 10 years ago as a nonprofit arm of the Chamber, really focused on education and workforce. We also do a lot of research work in that space. And you've probably heard us talk a little bit over the years about the work of our healthcare collaborative. We actually formed that probably 11 years ago, before TPM was even a thing. We were I was part of cohort 1, and at the time we had formed our healthcare collaborative, but we really didn't have the tools to figure out how to put this all together. So we didn't know the importance of employer-driven, data-driven, and so TPM was a great way for us to really formalize our process for our healthcare workforce collaborative, and it totally elevated our work. So really proud to be a part of the TPM cohort. When we brought our healthcare collaborative together years ago, the first thing that we did is we decided we're going to focus specifically on our hospital systems. And so we brought them all together, knowing that that would impact all of the other healthcare sectors along the way. And over the last 10 years, we have brought many different healthcare partners to the table. So Sonora Quest Laboratories, for example, has become a part of our collaborative, along with many others. And we've had some really great success. The US Chamber actually published an article a few years ago about some work we had done with the community colleges, which resulted in a $6 million investment from the legislature to support the creation of new training programs and a simulation facility at our local community college. We actually are in the process right now of launching we just launched, a talent attraction campaign that's a joint campaign amongst all of our employers, healthcare employers specifically, trying to recruit nurses into the region, and that's in collaboration with our local Convention and Visitors Bureau. But again, what we want to talk about today is the new central sterile processing program that we put together with one of our local school partners. So separate from our workforce collaboratives, and we lead a couple of those, we also have a program called Elevate Ed AZ. And that program, we actually have chamber staff that are embedded on 27 high school campuses across the state of Arizona. So we started with a focus in Maricopa County, and we actually just expanded to our first rural community in southern Arizona this year. So really excited about that collaboration. And we've been working with our schools to try and get more students into high-wage, high-demand CTE programs. We've been working to get them more early college credit and industry-recognized credentials, get them valuable work-based learning experiences like internships and job shadows, and then also getting them, or working with our educators to ensure that they have the right professional development to teach relevant skills for today. And so we've been working again with 27 different school partners. And one of the things that we heard from our school partners is we don't have enough qualified teachers to teach our nursing programs. And so they kept saying, well, we're just going to shut them down, or we're going to shift them to medical terminologies because we can't fill those positions and we can't staff our classrooms. So at the same time, we were hearing from our employer partners, we have all of these technician roles that are going unfilled We need a new pipeline of talent. And so we brought the two together and we started having some conversations. And early on, there were two technician positions that we were talking about early on. The first one was a respiratory therapist, or a respiratory tech, sorry. And the second was a surge tech. And so we started having conversations with our school partners and said, what about respiratory therapy? Could we put students into a respiratory path? Sorry, I got this totally wrong. It was RadTech, thank you, RadTech, which had a lot of exposure to radiation, right? And so the employer partner, or the school said, we can't teach them anything in RadTech because they're gonna be exposed to radiation. We can't do that at the age of 18, so they're not gonna be able to get the clinical experiences they need to support that program. So we went back to the table and said, okay, well, how about surge tech? Well, with surge techs, you're dealing with sharp instruments, right? So there was some initial concern. And when we went to our school partner, they said, we actually used to have this program, and we sunsetted a few years ago because we couldn't get the clinical experiences for our students. And we had a couple of employers that stepped up and said, hey, what if we created a separate job classification, job code that would allow for 17-year-olds to actually go through this experience and get their clinical experience. And so we're really excited. The school partners are now launching our surge central sterile processing tech role that will lead to the surge tech position. And I'm gonna let Jill take it from here.
Thanks, Jennifer. So we were very fortunate in working with a variety of school districts because of the established partnerships that we have in the schools through Elevate Ed, as Jennifer mentioned. And EVIT was the one that kind of we landed with that had the best opportunities and resources, East Valley Institute of Technology. And they're currently hosting academies or feeder academies in the school districts around them. And during those academies and in that intro class, they're learning about a variety of healthcare occupations, including central sterile processing tech. So that's just starting this semester, so we're very excited that it's part of the curriculum now. And the nice thing is it exposes over 1,000 students to that opportunity, and they'll be choosing their specialties for next fall here in the next couple of months. So by the end of the semester, they'll have to make some hard decisions about what they want to do in their second year of their CTE program. But we're very excited that they have the new option now of central sterile processing. And then again, that second year will be at EVIT, so they'll have that specialized work. And because they had shuttered that program at EVIT years ago, they had a ready-made lab. We were very lucky in that they had that available. We didn't have to go out and purchase equipment. Our industry partners didn't have to go out and purchase equipment, but we did have them go out and do a tour and really kind of bless and evaluate the lab to make sure that it was, up to date and the equipment was in good enough condition to really work for this program. And so they went out and did that, and we kind of got a twofer out of it because we sent our marketing team out there, and our marketing folks did some video and did some still shots and really made the most out of it. And they also had our industry partners bring some of their younger staff, so these could be promo videos for the kids to help attract them to the program and get them excited about it. So we had one of the videos just completed yesterday. Sorry we weren't able to include it in the presentation today, but it'll be in your digital swag bag, so we're excited that you'll be able to see that. And speaking of kind of shared resources, the lab, like I mentioned, and then on our side, with the grant that we had through Cigna, we were able to offer to pay for some of the curriculum development and to also pay for those videos and some of the help with marketing to really get the kids excited about this. So we're going to be doing a series of videos. That one that we've just shared with you in the digital swag bag is the first one of several. And they're kind of TikTok style, short, quick hits that we think hopefully will be very appealing to the high schoolers that we're trying to reach. So we also have a business partnerships team, and we have a great relationship with EVIT, where it'll be easy to get the work-based learning placements. And then of course we have these, most importantly, employers at the table who've agreed to kind of lower this age restriction that was a barrier in the past. And they're just about to commit the number of spots with us actually in the next couple of weeks so that we'll know how many instructors we need to hire for the program and exactly how many students will be launching into the specialty program for that second year. So again, you see one of the still shots from our video shoot out at the school, in the lab, and that gentleman there in the middle is actually president of the Central Sterile Processing Association for Arizona, and he is so excited and so behind this project. He's been really a big catalyst in making this all happen for us. He's been terrific. And he happens to be a hiring manager at one of our main hospitals. So we'll be having a Business Advisory Council meeting this week as part of the work that we do with the school, and again, kind of talking with them about specific opportunities for them to sign students up in spots for next year. They'll also be talking about specific standards in the curriculum. I'm sure many of you have Business Advisory Council requirements from your departments of ed across the country, just like we do in Arizona. So the second-year instructor recruitment, that's also something our employers are helping us with, because we know we could try to rely on our education partners to find those instructors, and I'm sure they'll be very helpful as well. But having industry help drive that makes all the difference, as we know. And then, of course, another component, like any good talent pipeline management program, will be collecting data and evaluating it all along the way with our employers, with the students, with the school. We're very excited to be launching this program. So some of the keys to success, obviously, as we've already talked about, employer-driven. Our largest healthcare employer, Banner Health, was the first one to raise their hands and say, we'll remove that barrier and we'll work on that age restriction because it's important enough to us. So the great thing about that is other employers are more than willing to follow suit when you get someone that's that credible and large in your community to come forward and show that leadership. Willing and able education partners. As you know, as I mentioned, we talked to a few different districts, and they were very excited, but EVIT was really the school that had all the right resources and tools, and we were very lucky that they were our willing partner to help launch this. And they were able to do it fairly quickly because we'd spent a fair amount of time looking at the rad tech positions and meeting about that, and then when we pivoted to this other position, some schools, kind of said, no, that's too quickly, we can't react that fast, but they stepped up to the plate, and we've been very grateful for their work with us. We're really hoping to replicate this with other industries. We're working with construction and manufacturing in our communities in a variety of ways right now, and we just received a new grant with the semiconductor manufacturing industry, so we're really looking forward to all the great things we can do to do further work with similar groups.
And just a couple things that I would add. One, on the employer-driven approach. One, we know we have a lot of employers at the table. All of our healthcare systems are at the table, all of the big hospital systems. They all engage in different bodies of work differently. So some of them are engaged in our talent attraction campaign. Some of them are engaged in other CTE pathway development. There were only 2 that leaned into this particular program and said yes. And so I was talking with somebody else earlier today about just know where your employers are at and meet them where they're at. And as long as there's enough resources within those committed employer partners, you can lift things up. And it doesn't have to be everyone agreeing and saying, yes, we'll do this. You just need a coalition of the willing. And you will also see that others come along. So Jill was just telling me earlier today, we kicked off our talent attraction campaign. We just had another employer that came and said, we want to be at the table as well. How do we jump in? So they will come when the time is right and when they're capable of moving into that space. The other thing I would say is we did a lot of looking at the data. So we knew that the surge tech position was a critical position for our community. And when we look at the number of healthcare specific CTE pathways within our school partners, they're decreasing because of this nursing challenge. And so we want to make sure that students are graduating from high school with the highest possible credential of value. Medical terminology is great as an introductory course, but really for a CTE program and a CTE pathway, that needs to be much higher level. And so bringing the right education partners to the table was also key. So EVIT that Jill mentioned, it's our joint technical education district. And so they bring students from all of our surrounding school districts. So Mesa Public Schools is another one of the partners in this framework. They're actually training in the first year, doing that medical terminology, and then they're transitioning those students over into this central sterile processing in their second year. So students have access to a variety of different healthcare pathways, which I think gives them a lot more opportunity.
An interesting side note too is that a healthcare employer that's not even part of our collaborative is the one that donated all of the equipment to that lab. And so really, they're a really critical part of this, even without knowing it or trying rather. And so we're hopeful that they'll want to be a part of it moving forward as well when they see the success. But it's kind of interesting that they're the ones that donated the equipment, even though they haven't really been part of the conversations.
Yeah. So we'd be happy to open it to questions, and can also talk about some of the other pathways that we're developing and the partnerships that we've built with our employer partners. I know we have a lot of healthcare groups in the room. Anybody else that's been building new pathways or programs with your partners in your communities? Y'all aren't shy, you're just waiting for cocktails.
Hi, I'm wondering if you work with adult education. Are you working with adult ed providers as a talent pipeline?
Great question, and I don't know where that's coming from. Excellent, thank you, thank you, thank you. So the program with East Valley Institute of Technology is specifically focused on high school students. However, they also do adult learning. So this lab could also be used for an adult learning program. This specific pilot is focused on high school students, so thank you for the question.
And our community colleges have great Surge Tech programs that this can feed into as well.
Other questions? Yeah.
What lessons have you learned working with your K-12 school district partners into this process?
Obviously, there are so many differences in their priorities and their funding and their resources. So for example, there was an early college program, high school, at one of our community colleges. So it's a high school program that's embedded at the community college, and they get dual enrollment credits. And we really wanted to partner with them, and they're just about to launch this similar program as well. But they charge tuition similar to their regular college tuition for all the students. And at EVIT, it's free and it's paid for by the state, or practically free. Sometimes there's a small lab fee. But we really thought it was a lot more beneficial and attractive to the student and could reach more of who we're really trying to target and serve more underserved communities if we were able to partner with EVIT rather than that other partner. But they have a program in place. They have a lot of great resources. They also didn't have transportation lined up for the students. Students would have to find their own way there. And EVIT already has transportation at no cost to the students from a variety of at least about 15 different schools in the region. So it just was, kind of, I guess, a no-brainer when we kind of looked at all the items that they could offer.
And I would also add, our school partners are very similar to our employer partners. You have to meet them where they're at. And all of our school systems in Arizona are very, very different. They have different models. Mesa that I mentioned, they're actually shifting to an academies model where it's wall-to-wall academies. And so they're trying to get students into these healthcare pathways with the clear intention of early education and then move them over to the Joint Technical Education District for more specific training. So that is their model. If we went to another school with this model, I think they probably would have said it's too cost intensive to launch a program like this, and it's not something they'd be willing to commit to. So again, we kind of had to pick and choose with our school partners what they would be willing to do, who the right partners needed to be to come to the table, and move from there.
And we have the ability to reach so many more students because the JTED, their students are fed in from so many different schools in the region. I can speak from experience. My son was in one of the programs at EVIT, and he had about a 50-minute bus ride there and back every day. But his school district has been, doing that arrangement with them for years and years, and they get plenty of students to sign up for the various programs. We're kind of a sprawling area, as many of you know, so folks are used to driving a distance. But, we have students coming from near and far. And there are 2 campuses for EVIT. This program will only be offered at one initially, but eventually it could potentially be at both campuses.
And a lot of our high school partners are also thinking about their footprints. So one of the Mesa Public Schools, for example, that is furthest away from this campus, they're actually launching their own healthcare program. So they're very intentional about, if something's offered at a specific campus, would they maybe launch something different at a separate campus to give everybody access to opportunity.
But to your point, that's probably one of the most expensive factors of the program is the transportation. And because EVIT already has those agreements and that funding, we're very fortunate in that way.
Other questions on the healthcare pathway?
Anybody see any way that this might apply to other industries that you're working with when you think about kind of the models that you're employing in your areas?
Well, we're looking at 2 other pathways. Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had, you said this earlier and I missed the exact wording. What did you do with the job code? Like, what did you adjust to make this so that it was something that a high school student could be in?
Great.
So we actually had the hospitals agree to change their policies, and so they will allow the on-the-job training or clinical hours that are required for these individuals to complete the program and sit for the test. They'll allow the 400 hours of on-the-job training at their sites for folks that are under 18. And that was a big deal because that was really the reason and the barrier that shuttered the program in the past, because it was available years ago. And that's why they even had this lab, but they had to shutter it because they couldn't get employers to agree to that.
And I think one of the really cool things about this program in particular, and the connection between the employers and the education partners and our role as an intermediary, I was just talking with the vice chancellor of the of EVIT the other day, and she was like, that's the fastest pathway we've ever stood up. And it's because you had committed employers sitting at the table, really wanting this. The demand was clearly articulated. We worked through 2 different programs, and you were responsive and flexible when it came to what we were trying to deliver for our employer partners. But they've never seen a collaboration like that, where the employers were already connected, committed, and had that basis of trust, which I know we talk about a lot with TPM.
And it went along with how it's been embraced with the Arizona Department of Education as well. Because they saw it was easy for them when they look at this to be able to say yes, when they see, their largest healthcare employer blessing it and others right alongside them, along with the Chamber Foundation.
Yeah. So as Jill mentioned earlier, we're now taking this work and we're translating it into both construction and semiconductor manufacturing. So for those of you that aren't familiar, Arizona has a booming semiconductor industry. We have the single largest economic development project in the country, TSMC, that's making a $165 billion investment in our community. And so they are hiring, I think it's up to 6,000 people is their current projection, with a ripple effect of their suppliers and others to tens of thousands of jobs that will be coming into our market by 2030. And so we've been working with them, or we've been working directly with TSMC to see how we can create a new CTE program that's aligned to their needs. And very, very interesting. We have a pretty robust semiconductor industry already in Arizona. Intel has had a really strong presence there. But when we looked at our CTE pathways, there was only one manufacturing program in our high schools. And Arizona has a very robust manufacturing network. So we have aerospace manufacturing, we have biomedical manufacturing, farm manufacturing, pharmaceutical manufacturing. It's a very, very robust industry, and we're not talking to our students about that as an opportunity. And so we've been working with TSMC and some of their suppliers to create this new CTE program and pathway. And we're bringing a multitude of different school partners to the table, but the employers are defining exactly what that pathway is going to look like. They're committing to actually doing job shadows and internships and giving that work-based learning experience to all of our school partners. They've also done a lot to actually educate and prepare our school partners as well. When we went to one of our school partners to talk about that, the industry and the program, she's like, I am never sending my kids to those dirty jobs. Like, let's take you out to one of their facilities so you can see those dirty jobs. They were like, I had no idea that they were so clean and they were so high paying. So we've been able to educate our counselors, our CTE directors, and others to try and get them to prepare these new pipelines of talent as well. But it's experiences like the healthcare collaborative experience that have also allowed other employers to come to the table and help us create some of these pathways.
And about 40 other companies in the supply chain of TSMC have also located to the area. So we know that it's not just for this one employer, there's a whole network of them. And TSMC is very well aware of that. And if their suppliers are successful, they're successful as well. So the work that we're doing will have ripple impacts with those other companies and other positions. And there are many construction jobs related even just to the semiconductor manufacturing building that's happening right now. They estimate up to 40,000 construction jobs. So that's a daunting task as well, but very exciting opportunity.
So any other questions on building employer partnerships and school partnerships?
I'll just mention, I think someone asked in another session about how do you get these large companies that are competitors to work together and build the trust with them. And I know Jennifer was with this healthcare collaborative from the beginning, and they've walked arm in arm, and they've done great work together, but I know it doesn't always come easily.
Yep. And there have been, and I've talked about this before, but we've also had employer partnerships where I always say people come to the table in one of three categories. Either they've been voluntold, right, and their executive leadership has said, you're going to be at this meeting and you're going to engage in this work. We have those that come because they're really interested in workforce development, want to be part of the solution and problem solving. And then you have those with FOMO that don't want to miss out on a conversation with their competitors. And it's really, really neat and cool when you can actually see those with FOMO that come to the table and are like, I do want to be a part of the solution. And we actually had that in the case of the healthcare collaborative. They've always been super collaborative. Like, they've always worked very, very well together, but we do have one specific employer partner that is the giant in our community, and they always suck the air out of the room, and they always try to do it their way. When we talk about internships, for example, we're like, they need to be paid. We know that leads to a quality experience, and they always push back. And because they're the giant in the room, they can do that, right? But it was really interesting to see them actually come into this and say, okay, we get it, and we're going to be a part of this solution as well.
And I know for some of the collaboratives, it's a large number of employers. Our healthcare collaborative is really only about 10 key employers, but it represents about 80,000 healthcare employers across our state. So they're powerhouse companies. Not all of them are that size, but most of them are fairly large. And they don't just have hospitals, they have many, many clinics or freestanding EDs as well.
All right, y'all are a quiet group today. Any other questions? Otherwise, we'll give you an extra 10 minutes back in your day. All right, well, thank you all for the opportunity to share our story.
Thank you.
Programming will resume in the Great Hall at 4:15 p.m.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Woo. Oh, that's too much. Too much too soon, Joe. Too much too soon. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Mammon. I'm the Executive Director of the D. Howard Foundation in the San Antonio region. We focus on aerospace workforce development, predominantly in the K-12 space, but we're working to bridge the gap into post-secondary as well. So I'd like to talk to you today about a concept that we're using for workforce development called Beyond Next. I'll start it off, though, with a quick question. Would you feel comfortable boarding a pilotless aircraft in the next 10 years? Yes? Little mix? Little mix, yeah? How many no's do we have? Show of hands. Yeah, that's actually fewer no's than I expected, but we're close to about half. Well, for those no's, get ready, because it's probably within the next 5 years, not 10 years. The technology is already out there. We already have autonomous cargo planes in the air. The FAA is approving new technology on a yearly basis that will allow this to happen. Cities are building vertiports for urban mobility too as well. So it's not a science fiction type technology anymore. This is what's happening and is what is going to happen. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. What is a matter of if is if our workforce is ready for these efforts in the coming future. Too often, though, the research and development and the innovation is happening behind closed doors, not opened up to the educators, not opened up to the students. And by the time that it reaches those venues, those workforce outlets, it's too late. The education pathways are misaligned, the credentials are lagging, the certifications are irrelevant for the new technologies that are coming about. So the D. Howard Foundation, what we're doing is reimagining that collaborative table. Instead of just the hiring managers, the HR executives in the room, we're bringing together government affairs officials who are working on the policy, on the funding side of that. We're bringing together the CEOs of these organizations that are investing in that new technology and that innovation. We have at the table presidents of secondary, post-secondary institutions. We have superintendents from our K-12 that are all co-designing these new technologies and aspects for this new technology so that we can stay ahead of it and not just react to what's next or the current job description that we've received from an employer, but anticipate what's going to be needed in the years in the future. When we co-design with those partners in the room, we're building industry exposure from the very beginning. We're not just focused on high school either. We're focused on middle school. There's a necessary element of getting the middle schoolers involved and exposed to what these industries can be like. That involves not just career days or panels or student speakers in the classroom, but this is real-life project-based learning for them. This is drone competitions. This is them coding and building the systems that they will be working on near and long-term into the future. Imagine, though, a sixth grader is graduating in 7 or 8 years out of high school. The technology is going to be completely different. We just talked about the pilotless aircraft that will be flying within the next 5 years. Who knows what that technology is going to be like? So we're not building a direction for a specific credential or a specific certification. What we're doing is building the aptitude for these new technologies so that these students remain able to learn and adapt as these technologies come about. That also takes the different mindset from the employers to invest at those levels too as well. And then the normal project-based learning, internships, certification degrees, careers, upskilling, all that comes along. But the employers have to be the partner at the multi-level aspect for these new technologies. So this isn't just specific to aerospace. There's AI in healthcare. There's automation in manufacturing. There's quantum computing in defense. We all need to focus on these new opportunities to get beyond what's next, get beyond the next credential or the next certification. We need to focus on what's beyond next. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. Yeah, you all ready for a drink? Because it's coming up, right? So I enjoyed Chris's remarks. He was talking about the Jetsons, of course. We all remember those flying planes. I figure if I can take a Waymo, I'm probably going to be okay with the plane. I don't know about you, but anyway, so I'm here to talk a little bit about K-12. I'm going to kind of jump off where he was, right? So the work that we do primarily is in K-12 education, and I think there's an incredible opportunity to connect with TPM on this. So I'm going to walk you through a couple things, and we're going to be around later if you want to chat. So what we're about is we're about mobilizing the community to come together, to transform. I'm not talking about program changes, I'm talking about transformation of K-12 education. And for purposes today, we'll spend a little bit more time on high school. But we're trying to help prepare students for the future, right? And make sure they have those important life skills, workplace skills that they need, and also make a much better decision about their future. So this is our framework. It's really important. It guides all the work that we do. The first bubble is about transforming teaching and learning, and that is all about how do you make teaching and learning more relevant and exciting and authentic for students, so that you're not asking that question, you know, why am I learning this? In order to do that, though, you got to transform the systems in schools, right? You can't just, you know, you can't just go in there and say, oh, we're all going to teach different. You know, you gotta transform that system. And then finally, I think our secret sauce is how do you bring the larger community to the table to support that? And that is everything from workforce and economic development intermediaries, chambers, employers. So that's what guides our work. We use the Career Academy model. I don't know if you've heard of this before, but this will give you an example of what the Academy model looks like. So in high school, in existing high schools across the country, you will have, for instance, these 3 academies in Michigan. This is in a place in Romeo. Academy of Business Entrepreneurship and Innovation has those pathways in it. So students in 9th grade are self-selecting into a pathway that they might be interested in. And this is what it looks like throughout the country when we do this work. This is the roadmap that we follow, and I won't go into detail on it, but we've been doing this for nearly 20 years, and there is a way to engage people at the community level in a really thoughtful, community-connected way. So these students are being, through these work-based learning projects that are developed through this process, they are getting very, very close to the local employers. And they're beginning to truly understand what it takes to be successful. And, you know, the skills and the attitudes and the mindsets that they're going to need to work in that particular pathway. This is where we're working currently. I want to talk to my Michigan friend over there. Yes. So if there's not a green box, we really would love to work in one of those states. We're very happy to work in the current states that we're in, because there's a lot of things going on there, and everybody's learning from each other in all these different communities. But as we think about expansion, we'd like to have a beacon in every community or in every state where we can bring others in the state to actually see what this looks like when it's fully functioning. This is part of the work that we do in the roadmap. So when I talk about building meaningful partnerships, we have to have a system and structure in place that allows the community to come into the classroom and for the teachers to be able to work with these partners in really meaningful ways. And we think a lot about how do you recruit partners to this work? How do you intake and match them? You know, where are they located in relationship to schools? How do you onboard them? How do you develop an action plan that starts with sort of low intensity activities and works up to those internships? Because you can't just start with an internship. You got to get the business partners ready. You've got to get the students ready. and obviously implement and manage, evaluate, and then finally celebrate, because the community is coming together around the district with the superintendent and these young people, and they're doing some incredible work. And, you know, a celebration is in order when this is all said and done, and it's a time to recommit for the next year as well. So my colleague over here, Mark Hill, has some, raise your hand, yep. He's got some information on the desk or the table if you'd like, and we'll be around later and we can dig in a little bit deeper if you have more interest. So I hope you enjoy the rest of the evening. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Oh, I know you all can do better than that. Good afternoon. I know I'm between you and drinks and food and a night of all kinds of fun, so I promise to make this quick. To Jamie, Jason, Peter, and the foundation team, thank you for convening the TPM community here in our nation's capital this week. To all of you, TPM leaders here in the room, thank you for building the future of workforce development every day in your communities. Thank you for being the connective tissue between employers, education providers, and workers, especially at a moment when traditional models of workforce development are fraying. I'm here today to share with you a simple message. This is the TPM moment. Allow me to tell you why. As I travel across the US, in Canada, where TPM is now present, as well as Europe and globally, where I'm sure TPM will grow too soon, the trend lines are clear. Traditional approaches to workforce development are not working, full stop. We're stuck in generating high-level PDF reports about the labor market. We're stuck in train and pray models that pump out people out of programs without a destination in sight. We're stuck in fragmented, one-off attempts at employer engagement without building the necessary infrastructure to enable it at scale. Whether we're speaking to government leaders here in DC or state capitals, Ottawa or provincial legislatures, or industry leaders from semiconductor to healthcare to cybersecurity, they're all hungry for new models and approaches. For years, supported by the Chamber Foundation's leadership, you have all been ahead of the curve. You know that context matters. There is no uniform US or Canadian labor market. There's a West Michigan labor market, a Northwest Arkansas labor market, an Ottawa labor market, and a Seattle labor market. You know that it must start with a destination and build backwards from demand. Not general LMI reports, but granular, direct demand mapping with real employers in real time. You know that talent providers come in many forms and shapes. We shouldn't pre-decide whether it's the college or the boot camp or the CBO. It's about who's able to deliver what the talent pipelines need best, effectively, and at scale. You know that outcomes must reign supreme, not just at roundtables, but in practice informing progress every single month. That is why this is the TPM moment, a moment you have all been preparing and building for. So the question becomes, how do you seize that moment? We at Future Fit AI believe a part of that answer is to supercharge the incredibly powerful TPM strategies framework with purpose-built technology and AI tools that enable you to move people into better jobs faster and cheaper. Digital readiness and transformation are important enablers of bringing the vision and ambition of TPM to life. For years, HR leaders have had the privilege of being able to bring their strategies to life, leveraging purpose-built HR technology. Education leaders have been able to translate their strategies into action through purpose-built education technology. It is high time that you, as TPM leaders, have access to purpose-built workforce development technology and AI that reflects the nuanced realities of your work on the ground. When you are projecting critical demand in Strategy 2, AI can help you analyze postings from your identified partner employers. When you're analyzing talent supply in Strategy 4, technology can help you manage your full catalog of providers and evolve that portfolio based on performance. When you're building talent supply chains in Strategy 5, AI can help you bring those pathways to life for real workers and learners in your community in a way that's personalized to them and mapped to the identified demand. At Future Fit AI, we believe technology and AI need to be built problem first, enabling you with superpowers to do the great work you already do more effectively, intelligently, and efficiently. Digital and AI readiness is a journey. It's not about where you're starting, it's about getting started now. We see that in places like Michigan, where Talent First has built a regional front door for employers, education providers, and workers and learners that they can all use with centralized, connected data in between. We see it in the Rockies, where Colorado Thrives is partnering with leading employers who are committed to providing data on both placement and retention to be able to build end-to-end data and intelligence pipelines throughout the pathway. We see dozens of examples across the US, Canada, and even in places like Spain and Portugal, where workforce intermediaries like you are adopting technology and AI to build multi-sided marketplaces connecting talent, employers, and education and training providers, all to supercharge their teams and their communities. Tomorrow, our team will dig deeper with you into what digital transformation really looks like on the ground for TPM. We'll share a readiness self-check and examples of how technology can plug into every one of the 6 strategies. But today is about you, and that's why I'm here. You, the TPM community, have been ahead of the curve for years. And believe me when I tell you, we understand it's not easy to be ahead of the curve. We had AI in our name in 2020. But the good news is you've done the hard work, you've been preparing, and you're ready. This is the TPM moment. This is your moment. It's time to seize it, and we're excited to be your partner for the long haul in building the audacious and transformative talent ecosystems our communities and countries badly need. Thank you very much.
Hello. It's so nice to see all of your faces. It's still such a full room, so give yourselves a round of applause. I hope that you guys have had an amazing day. I've loved just watching all of the interactions. It brings us tremendous joy to see the connections that you're making, whether they're folks that you have been in touch with for many years now, or if they are new connections. But that's really what this summit is all about. So I will not go too deep into my love for you all until close of day tomorrow. So make sure that you make it to close of day tomorrow so that I can profess my love for this network. But really, for now, I'm just here for some housekeeping details. So we are about to go on a little bit of a break before the happy hour starts. So a huge thank you to Ford Next Generation Learning for their support of the happy hour tonight. If you want to give them a round of applause. So that is going to kick off at 5:30 p.m. in the briefing center. So be sure to come back where we will have drinks and food. We would love to have you join us for some additional networking before trivia starts. So for those of you who attended last year's summit, it was the first time that we kicked off this trivia night. And let me tell you, y'all are fun. Y'all are real fun. That was a great time, and we wanted to bring it back for a year 2. So I hope you will join us where you can can create teams to participate in a really fun trivia night. And we are feeding you, and I think that you would agree with me that we feed you well. So there will be a Mediterranean spread, there's fajitas, so there is substantive food that will be available this evening in addition to the snacks that we will have at happy hour. So 5:30 for our happy hour, 6:30 for trivia night. You are more than welcome to go ahead and start to create your teams, come up with your really fun team names. But we're really looking forward to you all joining us for the happy hour at 5:30 and then for trivia night at 6:30. If you would like to stay in the chamber as opposed to going to your hotel or getting some fresh air, you're welcome to go to the Lee Anderson room, which is where some of the breakout sessions were. We're going to be setting up in this space and in the briefing center for the following events. So if you wouldn't mind vacating this space, that would be very helpful to our events team, our catering team, et cetera, as we close out the day. Just a couple of notes for tomorrow. Doors will open at 8:15 a.m. and breakfast will be available. There will be hot items and cold items. We would love for you all to come and get a little bit of notion before our programming starts at 9 a.m. sharp. So just make sure that you're here for programming to begin at 9 o'clock. And then one of our absolute favorite components of the TPM National Learning Network Summit is our Hall of Fame. So we introduced Hall of Fame 2 years ago. This will be the third year that we're inducting some fantastic partners into the Hall of Fame. And there are so many things that are happening tomorrow I'm super excited for you all to be a part of. So we really look forward to seeing you for day 2. Thank you again for all your energy and all of the positivity and excitement for the work to unfold. Thank you so much, and we will see you all for the happy hour at 5:30 p.m. in the briefing center. Thanks.
Please enjoy a break and then join us in the briefing center for happy hour. We look forward to seeing you back in the Great Hall at 6:30 p.m. for trivia.